It looks like people are actually beginning to arrive now, so we should be starting very shortly.
How are you doing, Krista?
Oh, not too bad. How about you?
Good. I'm excited for a marathon session today. Excited is maybe not the right word. I'm excited to get through all of the wonderful proposals. Maybe I'll wait another. Well, we've doubled the number of people in the last minute, so. All right. Well, let's get started. Okay, we are this is the commercial energy code tag. Welcome to a second day of this. We met a few weeks ago and we had 2 hours on EPCA, and then we spent about 3 or 4 hours together going through all these proposals. Let's do a roll call to see who's here today. So Krista, let's go for that.
Okay, Chell Anderson,
I'm here.
Mike Fowler,
I'm here.
Scott Henderson,
Present.
Shane Nillis, Chris Holliday, Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Ray Alshouse,
Present.
Lisa Rosenau,
Present.
Henry Odom,
Present.
Eric Bedell,
Here.
Martin Connor, Sarah Breed, and I apologize
Breedy,
if I-
present. No worries.
David Reddy,
Here.
Michael Baranek, Gary Hickinen,
Present.
Kevin Duell.
Kevin's sick today.
Okay. Irina Rasputness,
Here.
Chris Burrows,
Present.
Poppy Storm, CJ Brockway, Andrew Poltorak, Sean Bigg,
Here.
Alan Montpellier, Elizabeth Joyce, Eric Olnon,
Present.
Gavin Tenold.
Gavin's alternate, John Lang, is here.
Okay. Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Liz Reichert, Michael Curtright, Greg Johnson.
Present.
Okay, it appears we do have a quorum.
All right, well, thank you everybody for being here again. It's summertime and I know it's hard to get a full day of meetings. Hopefully we can all be thorough but quick in our comments, short and concise and to the point. Are there members of public who want to introduce themselves today? You do not need to. Raise your hand and I'll call on you.
Yeah, my name's Tom Handy. I'm on the SBCC and representing the Washington County's east side of the state.
Welcome, Tom. Okay, all right, well, let's get started. So I just want to go over some procedures. Raising hands, you do that under the reactions tab. You raise your hand when you are relinquishing the floor after you are called on. You need to then go and lower your hand yourself. I cannot do that for you. Also, because most of you are not on video, normally I would see head nodding or head saying, no, I don't agree with this. So if you like what is being said, please use thumbs up and other things. And if you don't, you can use the red box and that will help me know when we're getting ready to vote on something, because we have a lot of consensus on the issues that are being talked about. A few other things. We don't have legal counsel weighing in on these proposals. We spent 2 hours on EPCA at the last meeting where we did have some general lawyer advice on that. My suggestion is that we pass multiple options, since the MVE committee will have access to legal counsel. We're still bound by our energy efficiency mandate in the RCW, which is a 70% energy use reduction by 2031. That we're bound by other things as well. I think it's very possible to comply with EPCA without reducing energy efficiency from the 2021 code. And I think it'd be a false choice to say we need to choose between the two of those. And anything we pass will go through many more public hearings, including twice at the council, a CR 102 public process. TAG's main job, as I see it, is to get good language and ideas to the next step in the process to be considered for public and council input at the next stages. So the TAG for the residential met on Thursday and dealt with all the proposals. We got through all the proposals. We extended the meeting to 4:15 from 4 o'clock. In general, the options we passed included removing the heat pump mandates for space heating and water heating. We adopted more credits to make up for the efficiency lost by removing the heat pump mandates. And we also removed the carbon table and slightly modified the R405 modeling pathway. So we actually removed the carbon table. And there was a bit of cleanup in section 5 as well, which is existing buildings. In the commercial tag, and I'll call on Eric and Patrick in a minute. In the commercial tag, we spent a lot of time discussing, and we voted on 3 proposals when we met a few weeks ago. We voted down 1 proposal, 003. We voted up 1, 026, and we tabled another motion that included a C4 and C407 option paired with a bunch of other proposals, to wit, that's 036 with 3, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 29. We subsequently voted down 003. So when we take up the motion that was tabled, we will need to modify that motion. The motion was tabled until we considered each of those proposals individually. So my take on that, and from hearing the TAG talk and debate, is that we should go through all the prescriptive proposals first before heading into modeling and existing buildings territory. A couple other things, Kevin Duell also prepared a comparison sheet to help us that we might look at from time to time. Thank you. So that's my introductory remarks. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, Shell. Did we remove the messaging on this just to let people know if we were not going to be in the meeting for a little bit, or
the chat feature has been, I think, disabled intentionally.
Makes sense. Okay. I don't know if other people have other obligations, but I will not be in the meeting from approximately 10 to 11:15.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that this is a lot of time on a day. So yes, thank you, Eric, for being here.
Yep.
And I'm sorry you'll be missing part of it. Patrick.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone or cancel this meeting due to the pending litigation that is happening today in Yakima. in federal court that nobody, you probably have 30 to 60 professionals. We cannot predict the outcome of the court hearing today, which makes all of this, we could spend 8.5 hours today chasing rainbows. I think it would be in the best interest of the 30 to 60 people that are on this call. And as Eric just said, everybody's busy, some are not here, that we postpone this meeting till after the results of this federal hearing are posted that's going on today. And nobody in this room is clairvoyant and can predict the outcome of this hearing, including myself. And I think it would be in the best interest for everybody involved if this meeting was put off 1 week or 2 weeks, because there's no panic, no anything, that are no deadlines, because we have this federal hearing. And then we'll have some sort of new timeline and a whole better direction. And that's my motion.
Thank you, Patrick. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Can we talk about it before we, or I guess that's probably out of order. You have to have a second, but just kind of wondering what people's thoughts were.
Well, we have to we wait for a second, and then if there's a second, we can discuss it. We could also, if there isn't a second, we could also discuss it as well. Either one is.
Yeah, I have, to be honest with you, I have no clue what this is.
Yeah.
Patrick or Shell, I have no clue. This is the first I've ever heard of this lawsuit. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what we're discussing and what's going on in Yakima right now.
I could give people a little background if they would like to know.
Let's look for a second. If we have a second, let's discuss the motion. If not, we can still discuss the lawsuit if that's what the tag wants to do.
I think it's worth discussing. I'm just hesitant to second, you know what I mean? And without actually knowing what, until we, you know what I mean? Can we discuss first and then second later if there's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think motion dies due to a lack of second. I was about to say that before you spoke up, Greg, because I waited several seconds and there wasn't. But that doesn't mean that, Patrick, you still have the floor. If you want to talk about something, you're willing to, go for it. If you want to talk about a lawsuit.
I will. And, to the best of my knowledge, I do know what's going on. The court hearing today, and as I watched these dates come up, and as the options that Krista sent out, I kept thinking to myself, why are we picking these dates that are prior to this hearing? And then we pick the date that is on the hearing date. And this hearing is a big deal. And the people that have brought the lawsuit and the briefs that they've filed are rock solid. And the outcome of this hearing, as I said, is not predictable. And we could spend this whole 8.5 hours chasing a rainbow. There's no pot of gold here. After the hearing, we will have good, clear direction. And I'm being respectful of everybody that is on this call. I'm not being self-serving here. And we could vote all these things and they all could be moot. And then we have to have another do-over. And we may even have to solicit different proposals, from what comes out of this hearing. So Shell, I made a motion, but I'm also I'm looking out for everybody's interest, and I'm looking out for accuracy in what we do today. It's not self-serving in any way or disruptive. I have more knowledge of what is going on this federal lawsuit than probably most people on this meeting. It
Can you
is,
tell us what it's about, Patrick? What
Pardon
was the
me?
question? Someone asked you what the lawsuit's about. You haven't answered the question yet.
the lawsuit is about EPCA.
Is
If
this
I
the
may,
Rivera lawsuit that you're talking about, Patrick?
Pardon me?
Is this the Rivera lawsuit that you're talking about?
Yeah, you guys that far in the dark?
No,
No,
Patrick. There's lots of people on the phone who are not aware of this, and you were asked a direct question about the lawsuit and that kind of thing. And
Well, there's certain things, Shell, that I'm not privileged to share. It
Well,
is a
okay.
federal lawsuit that is being heard today in Yakima. And
Is
the
it being decided today?
The lawsuit is evolved around the Ninth Circuit Court decision. And the federal judge, whether he, and it has been chosen, and it is a male, has a choice to make a decision today or go through the briefs and make a decision at a future date. But we don't know the outcome. The outcome could be, sorry, your lawsuit doesn't count, or it could be completely the opposite, and he shuts down the process. And so I'm trying to be protective of every single person that's on this call's time, that we very well could be throwing away 8.5 hours for nothing.
Okay,
It
thank you,
would be in
Patrick.
all of our best interest to just put this thing off for 2 weeks, regroup, better direction, and know what we should do.
Okay,
Oh, and that includes me, Shell.
thank you, Patrick. We have Ty. Go ahead, Ty.
yes, just because it is part of the public record, I just do want to add some clarity. It is the preliminary injunction motion hearing today that is being held in Yakima. That is for the Rivera case. So just to be clear, that's all part of the public record. If anyone has questions, I would consult with legal.
Yep, so the preliminary injunction, my understanding of that is to not decide the case, but to decide if action on the case is immediate, if immediate action on the case is going to be taken. Is that correct, Ty, generally?
I don't believe I can elaborate because I am not an attorney, but the basic premise of a preliminary injunction is to provide a stay, which would indicate the judge's favor or whatever in the case.
Okay.
It is an
understanding,
injunction, Shell, as Ty just said, and the injunction could be a temporary injunction or permanent one, and it could shut down the whole process.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I mean, a lot of us have been trying to keep track of some of this stuff, but just as a basic, give us the gist of, I mean, we understand it's happening today. I appreciate that it's being brought up, but just for the benefit of everybody who's in the meeting, I heard at least one person who said they don't know what this is about, which is fair. I mean, this stuff you have to be able to go out and dig into it. If somebody could give just the snapshot, that would be helpful for everybody involved.
Okay, I'm going to give Stoyan the floor now, but we did spend 2 hours on EPCA, and we mentioned Rivera, which is this lawsuit, and as part of that 2 hours, and so that's some context for where we are. Stoyan, go ahead.
I was going to say that I'm not an attorney and I don't want to get into the details, and as far as I know, Patrick is not an attorney either, and listening to his statements, he didn't provide really correct information. So my question is, or my request for you folks is, this is a technical advisory group. And we're here today to discuss technical provisions and provide technical recommendations. And please leave the legal stuff for the attorneys. Otherwise, as Chell said, we'll keep talking about this. We already spent more than 2 hours discussing this lawsuits. This hearing today is not related to technical provisions. It's, as you said, it's about something else. Again, I have information, but I'm not an attorney. Whatever I say may be not correct. And, you know, let's concentrate on, you know, why we're here today. This is all I want to say.
And yes, I think we could discuss what nobody can talk about it. Nobody is a lawyer who knows about today for hours. And instead, I think we could spend our time, in fact, working on the technical response to an actual Ninth Circuit decision that has jurisdiction over Washington, which is an interpretation of APCA according to a 3-panel judge in the CRA versus Berkeley. So I guess my thoughts as chair are that today will be useful, not knowing the result of the preliminary injunction hearing. And also, you know, we are bound by the Ninth Circuit decision and we need to respond to that. And this tag was convened at the council's request to respond to that Ninth Circuit decision. So my hope is that we would continue to meet today. We would get through this, get through the proposals, vote on technically sound pathways, and then the MVE committee, which would have the advantage of legal counsel as well as of having this preliminary injunction hearing in the past and possibly other things in the past as well, could make decisions based on what we do today. I don't feel it's wasted time. That's my thoughts. Eric, you have the floor.
Yeah, I got similar thoughts to you, Shell. I was the one who said, hey, I didn't know what the I guess you could call it injunction or the court case. I'm very familiar with the Rivera case after you guys have said this. I was curious to understand. I didn't know that it was today. And I agree 100% with you, Shell, that we're a tag group. We're a technical advisory group. You know, this is the day that it was. It just happens to be on the same day as the court case. Get through today, figure it out. If something changes, then we have another meeting. That's it.
Thanks, Eric. Johnny.
Yeah, this is about something separate, but I have to be out for the next hour, and a lot of things have been chatting about my proposal and adding exceptions to it. So if you call upon me from 9 to 10, I will not be here. Just gonna be,
okay.
No.
Thanks, Johnny. Okay. I see no more hands up. That is the welcome and introductions. Let's look at the agenda. You see it in front of you. Does anybody want to make a motion on the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Motion was to approve the agenda as written. Now we have notes or minutes from the last meeting. So we'll scroll through those for a minute and then we will make a motion on it. Says the EPCA bit, and then we skip over the residential tag. That was already approved by the residential tag last Thursday. Okay, I'll take a motion to approve or do something else.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
This is Sarah Breedy. I second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Dwayne.
Actually, just a question on the last item. Is there anything we could post on the screen that shows what today's agenda is? The order in which we're going to discuss things instead of just being the one line on the official agenda?
So I somewhat left that up to the tag last time. This time, it seems like we'll cover the prescriptive ones first. So I can list those if you want. Last time I tried to have the performance ones first, the modeling ones first, and the motion that was made and tabled wanted to include prescriptive options with that. And I heard from lots of people that they wanted to cover the prescriptive options first. So we're going to start with 4, 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 23, 30, 25, 29, 14, 24, and then some modifications to 036. Then we would go back and cover the modeling ones 040, or sorry, we disapproved 040, but 03, 036, 026, and then we would hit 037, and then 027, 028, and 036. And actually, Dwayne, now that you're bringing this up, 037 could be part of the prescriptive option because it is why don't we, yeah, I think that's a prescriptive option. So we'll put that in there.
So if somebody could, post that list in the chat or something like that, it'd just be I think easier for everybody to be able to follow along and know where we're going.
Okay, we don't have a chat. Function. Prescriptive first, then modeling, then chapter 5 is. And I really don't know what the tag is going to do. A lot of them are similar. We could disapprove a lot of them and approve salient ones or other things.
Yeah, and I would not take that mine out of order like you just mentioned, because I think a lot of people think it's coming at the very end of the agenda and are expecting that.
Okay. Okay. All right, Gary, you had your hand up too.
I put it back down. I was reading through the minutes there and I thought I saw a mistake, but I was mistaken. Let's proceed.
Okay. All right. Well, without further ado, we'll do the prescriptive options first. And basically, in looking at all of these and trying to make comments that will help us all, there are
We
three
still have
things.
not voted on the minutes either.
Oh yeah. Let's vote on the minutes. Anybody have a motion?
We already did that.
We have the motion, we just haven't had the vote.
Second.
Okay. A motion to approve the minutes. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. We now have minutes from our last meeting. We're going to cover the prescriptive proposals first, and basically there's 3 things that most proposals do or contribute to. They strike prescriptive requirements for 40314 and 40421, which are the heat pump mandates. They add credits, credit options to C406, usually for gas heat pumps and more efficient gas appliances. And then number 3, they change the point totals for C406 to make up for the lack of efficiency or the loss in efficiency from striking the heat pump mandate ones. And generally, I don't think it would be wise to strike the prescriptive sections without adding credits to the table or adding to the total number of points. So we can keep the efficiency where we had it. The commercial code has been behind the curve towards a 70% energy use reduction mandate that the legislature set for us. The 2021 commercial code actually makes big strides to get closer to this. So we're almost on track with the 2021. So if we strike efficiency by removing the heat pump mandates, my opinion is that we should add more credits to the table so there's more options to reach there, and then also more credits required so that we maintain the stringency. So that's my opinion on it. Now we are going to get into the proposals, and the ones I have on the list are starting with the prescriptive ones. 004. We voted on 003 and we voted it down last time, but 004 is still on the list. So let's look at that. And this is a Ty Jennings one, and Ty, I know you're here somewhere.
Yes, thank you, Chell. So yes, this provision and this proposal just simply removes out sections that conflict with EPCA. Simply just removes any reference that would prohibit the option of using natural gas or other combustion driven appliances.
Okay,
Motion to accept. Seems pretty straightforward.
okay, let's make sure we have a motion on the table. Is there further discussion? I mean, sorry, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Eric, do you want to speak in favor of your motion?
Yeah, this is prescriptive, right? So ultimately, we're just striking the language that meets EPCA. That's it. Up with this one. We're removing the fossil fuel reference, and that's pretty straightforward in what EPCA is doing, or presenting us. So with that, that's all I have to say on this one.
Okay. Since we have a motion on this one and we haven't necessarily looked at the other ones that are very similar, does anybody have a proposal that's largely similar but slightly different that they want to bring up right now while we're considering this one? There are 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, and 22 are somewhat similar to this.
Yeah,
So
they're all the same.
So if anybody did those and thought that they had better language or something like that, we could bring those up to compare to this. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just gonna ask or question, like, isn't our purpose to have multiple proposals for the attorney general to advise on?
That's my hope.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, then if it's similar to something else, does it really matter that much if it ends up being we have two proposals that are similar, so you can get full analysis from the attorney general on which one and how closely they accomplish the goal?
Attorneys cost a lot of money, so I don't want to have them to look at things just because we have lots of options. If we have two things that are very, very similar, we should, as the tag, probably figure out which one is better. But if we have two different ideas, then I think that's what we would love the attorneys to weigh in. That's my thoughts on that. Go ahead, Henry.
I had a question about this first paragraph here, and it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the proposal. Are you basically saying if you use a fossil fuel fired HVAC heating equipment, you can do anything you want with it in a building, but if you use electric resistance, now you have to meet all of these requirements?
My proposal did not intend to address electric resistance. I had anticipated that parties that were in support of electric resistance heat would submit their own proposals. However, it appears that that group was not interested in submitting proposals. So I did not intend to address it via mine.
Okay, I don't know about group versus group, but what it looks like you did here is make it so fossil fuel has a free pass through the code. It just seems a little bit not on level playing field. Thanks.
Thanks, Henry. Dwayne, you are up.
Yeah, I just wanted to support your earlier comment that we should, if we have significant options that each look viable, we should submit them, but otherwise combine the best features of each of the ones that are similar. So is probably a more effective use of everyone's time.
Yep. That's kind of where I'm thinking as well. Go ahead, Ty. Ty, I don't hear you if you're talking.
Apologies, that was a leftover hand.
No worries. Oh, leftover hand. Okay. I kind of, we did kind of set a precedent at the last meeting to consider all the proposals that covered a very specific subject before we voted on them. I kind of would like to see that, because I think there are multiple proposals, and I don't want to have to go back and vote things down because we find a better one.
Shell, if that's what you'd like to do, I was the one, of course, who pushed the motion on the floor to accept this, but I have no issues with that, to review all the proposals and come up with a singular proposal that addresses both EPCA and everyone's just how we want to move forward. So if that means going through all the proposals, then coming back to this one, or removing the motion off the floor to better represent, I'm open to all of that.
Okay, I guess with that, why don't we open up? Okay. So the one we have on deals with electric, or it deals with space heating and water heating, I believe. Why don't we open 011, which is a Greg Johnson one about space heating. So let's open up 011, and Greg, you can talk this one through.
Well, mine was, I mean, probably same thinking as Ty. The slightly different approach was I just struck all the language. So that way I covered, because my focus was EPCA compliance. And so with EPCA compliance, I just struck whether it was electric resistive or natural gas. So, I mean, that was really the sole, and this whole paragraph section didn't even exist in 2018. So that was just the whole purpose of just saying, and so that kind of leaves it back down to the credit tables. What this really does is it just kind of like we did before, where we're not mandating you have to do this or that. And also one other note, if you read through all this stuff, with heat pump, when we had the mandate in the 2021 code, it was kind of important to specify how it was sized and all those details, which we never had to do before, because we always trusted licensed professionals to size things appropriately according to the appropriate codes, because there's codes that handle the international mechanical codes and universal plumbing codes and all that for different stuff. So here we're, but with the heat pump, I mean, the concern I surmise was that people would undersize heat pumps and then they would force them to use alternative sources. So, but if you're not able to mandate your source, then all the sizing info really doesn't matter that much, and it's already covered in all the other life safety codes. And so, I would just recommend that we focus on the credit tables and not trying to specify language that's already covered in international mechanical code.
Thanks, Greg. So basically this one is strike it all, because it didn't exist before and isn't necessary to, the functioning of the 406 table. Okay, Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chell. And I would say striking this, and we're going to talk about the heat pump water heating also, would be consistent with decisions already made on the residential side in Henry's proposal to strike the heat pump requirements for space and water heat. So and then relying on, and if we need to adjust the points in the credits table to try to adjust and compensate in some way, we can do that. But this would make it more consistent than with the residential code in striking both space and water heating requirements. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. David Reddy.
So just to understand that if we were to approve this proposal, the proponent, you're recommending or assuming it's contingent, it should be somehow contingent on changes to the C406 section of the code. This is not this in isolation only.
Well, that I would assume that you probably would do that. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't have to. This would just be the bare minimum required to comply with EPCA, and then that would be a separate decision that you get would be decided on whether you want to update the code separately or not. But I mean, regardless, this conflicts with EPCA, so you have to. I mean, this is just one part. I mean, all my proposals were broken up in little parts, so it doesn't preclude you from adding and adjusting credit tables.
Thank you.
Yeah, and David, to your, I know where you're going with that, and I think I know where you're going with that, and I thought about ways to structure the discussion today so we could have things contingent upon other things, and it's so complicated, kind of with if-then statements, that I kind of gave up and figured we would do the right thing and consider all the proposals and probably add some required credits and optional credits and these kinds of things on C406. So, and then Greg, I just want to correct, we don't know that this conflicts with EPCA, but the proponent and possibly others think it conflicts with EPCA. So the tag is not saying anything in particular definitively conflicts with EPCA. That's, you know, court and others to decide. But that is your opinion, and it's fine to have an opinion on it. Poppy.
Yeah, I had a similar question, and maybe it's already been answered, but it's just regarding the process here. So are we going through these and just reviewing them and thinking about them, but not voting on them? Because I kind of had similar concerns that David mentioned, just about if we do vote on this, are we still going to be, I mean,
Yep.
I think we are very connected because we're not just complying with EPCA, we're trying to ensure that we're staying on track, and these measures that were added actually added considerable efficiency. So I'm just checking in the process there, because I would not be inclined to approve something like this if it wasn't in combination explicitly with something that safeguarded the efficiency.
Yeah, and I also want to comply with the state law on efficiency, and stay on track with that. I guess one thing we could do is when we vote these things, we could vote them into something we call package one, and we could say yes, somebody made a motion maybe to put this into package one, and then at the end of the day we could vote on sending package one forward or something like that, and that way we're not voting individual code proposals forward, we're just voting them into a package, and at the end of the day we send multiple one or more packages forward. Does that sound like a good way to do it? Greg?
Question, because you know more about the MVE committee and the SBCC's processes. If we did the fixes that are required by EPCA, and then we did our packages were kind of like smaller, you know what I mean, kind of just doing what the different other options on how we're going to adjust the code, is that tie the hands versus having complete standalone packages? Is that is the MVE's committee hands tied versus the way we approach it?
No, the MVE committees and the council's hands are never tied by what the tag does. The tag is an advisory group. It carries a lot of weight with the MVE committee and the council. A lot of people in the council say, well, if the tag thought that, then I will agree with them. But the MVE and the council have the ability to rearrange things and change things as much as needed within some constraints. Like the MVE and the council can't create brand new proposals, but they can modify proposals, then repackage them and do all sorts of other things. But if the tag said, we have two packages and we think they're both very reasonable, and package one has X, proposals 1, 3, 5, and 7, and package 2 has 4, 6, 8, and 12, then the MV would take that with some weight, that those are both good ideas.
So even if we did do partial solutions, it wouldn't tie their hands though. We could pass a segment that actually fixes one part, and then something else fixes another part, and they can take both or pieces of both, right?
Yes, and the reason to do that would be MVE has then lots of control over what happens. The downside is that when it comes to like, well, what did the tag think? Well, the tag voted for lots of things that are sometimes contradictory to one another. So then the tag's votes wouldn't carry the weight because we wouldn't have packaged things up for them. But I think both are fine, but it wouldn't carry the weight as like, here's what the tag thinks, if that makes any sense. So we can vote these forward individually. We can also package them up. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. I'm wondering if, I know we talked about maybe discussing these things and then coming back around, but based upon, what I've heard so far and concerns around efficiency in the credits table, your idea, Chell, of maybe having this as a first part of a package of considerations may not be a bad idea. And given that, maybe I'll try a motion and see whether it goes anywhere, and move to accept this, acknowledging that it will be maybe the first piece of other considerations regarding the credits table.
Okay, Gary, just a second. We do have a motion on the floor. I don't think
we did have a motion.
Did Eric remove? Eric, did you?
No, not at all. I didn't remove it at all.
Okay.
What I was saying was, let's go through all the proposals before we basically vote on this, like, so we understand, and maybe we can put a nice package together.
Yeah,
My
The
apologies.
motion is on item number, or 004.
It's the first one.
Yeah. My apologies. I thought, Eric, that you were implying that you were.
At first, Gary, to be fair, that's how I was. After hearing Shell understand and just, some dialogue, you want to accommodate and you want to bring the best package together, right?
That's fine. That's fine. So, but I do like this idea of this one over the first one slightly, being included maybe in a package of further consideration. So I'll leave those as my comments then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gary. And yeah, I think we can charge through the next set of prescriptive proposals and then find the best one and send it into a package. I think that's a great way for the tag to be heard at the MVE committee. Okay, so I think we've seen this one. The next one is this is 11. The next one is 12, which I think is also a Greg Johnson special.
Yeah, that's this is same thing as the space heating one. This is water heating. The other one was covered by the International Mechanical Code. This one's covered a Universal Plumbing Code. I mean, so it's the same type of thing, striking language that wasn't there in the past, and just saying, hey, why don't we not specify, since we know we have to remove the mandates, let's also remove all the additional details that are already specified in other codes.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa.
And I'd like to add to this, with this particular proposal, that we should also look at proposals 30 and 23. I think those two proposals basically do the same thing, because those two proposals actually put back the high input capacity water heating information from the previous code. If we were to just strike this provision by itself, it would be a step back to the code, because we are losing the efficiency gains of that earlier provision on high impact or high input heating water systems.
Yep. Thanks, Lisa. And we will get to those before, in my hope, before we vote on all of these, because they're all similar but different enough. Okay, so this is 12. 13 is the next one, another Greg Johnson proposal.
13 really should have been part of the one prior. I split them up. It was a secondary, so there was a secondary budget bolt item underneath it. And so really it's kind of identical. It's just I split the language into two different proposals. So this focuses on the essentially what the 2021 code did was when it specified the mandating the heat pump, then it had the need to go in and try to micromanage and specify what your supplemental heating was, and you have to add in extra things like mixing valves to make sure you had enough capacity on your storage, and fault detections, and I mean, they were specifying all these details on the systems, and alarming if things fail. So really, I mean, if you're not mandating a system, you shouldn't be mandating all the little small parts and pieces they're adding onto it. So this kind of should have been struck. I mean, I probably should have included these in the prior proposal and just done one.
Thanks, Greg. Let's go see the next option to do similar things. That is Ian Casey, 021.
So yeah, this one, yeah, it's very similar to Greg's regarding the electric resistance and fossil fuel restrictions. Greg's actually goes a little bit further to strike out the exceptions as well. So in this instance, we could actually defer to Greg's for consideration since it is equivalent, I believe.
Okay. Good to know. Thanks, Ian. And you are up next with 022, which is, again, a lot of convergence on these proposals.
Yeah, again, very similar to Greg's proposal as well. The strikeouts for the restrictions against fossil fuel and electric resistance heating for water. So I think Greg's again goes a little bit further, including exceptions as well. That was my intent too. I was just assuming that those exceptions would come out with this code language that's stricken out here. So I'm willing to defer to Greg's similar proposal on this one too.
Okay, thanks, Ian. And you're up for 23 as well.
I'm navigating to that one.
It's on the screen as well, but you might want your own copy.
Okay, yeah, this one is similar in that it strikes the service water heating language that is prohibitive to electric and fossil fuel heating, and instead seeks to bring back the section which was consistent with the 2018 code cycle. So it's striking out all of that of section 404.21 and adding in what was essentially part of the 2018 language.
Okay, so this is different than some of the other proposals that we looked at, because it does bring back the 2018 language.
Yes.
Yep. And this is, Lisa, is this what you were kind of suggesting was important?
Yes, I think it's important to note that if the new language governing service water heating equipment, if it's struck, if we don't put this language back, the code will actually be stepping backwards in efficiency.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg?
I was just going to say, I agree with Lisa and Ian that we should probably include this language with the striking. So just.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Any other thoughts on this particular one, or else we're going to go to number 30, which is Brian Ahey. Which is similar to the one we just looked at, 23, in some ways. Brian, are you here today? Shane?
Yeah, so my comment on 23 would be that I think that, if we do that for approval to pass on, that I would still want to include or take into consideration approval as well, the one that strikes it entirely without adding that language back in, just because I think that that they're going to have to take in consideration whether or not that 2018 language is appropriate as well for EPCA.
Okay.
And so then they'd have the option.
Okay, so in that proposal to wit is that wouldn't do that. I'm trying to. 23 was the heat pump water section, replacing it with 2018 language, and 22 was simply deleting the section. Is that what you're saying, is we should pass 22 and 23 as parallel options? Ian, can you recollect for us, does 22 basically do what 23 does, only without replacing it with a 2018 language? But I think on 22, Ian was deferring to the some proposal by Greg Johnson, which was the
I think so. It'd be
12
12
and
and 13
as
a package, as a parallel option with 23.
Okay. Greg, go ahead.
If we did what you suggested and passed 12 and 13, and then one of these that brings back 2018 language, that would not be in conflict. You know what I mean? Even though there are multiple proposals, you'd be, and it wouldn't really take much more attorney time to do that because, so that's all I was gonna note.
I'm on board with that. I think that's where we would love to have options where there's two things like that. Okay. Okay, so now let's go through 030. We didn't talk about 030, did we? And that's Brian Ahee. Brian, are you in the place? Don't hear you if you are. Okay. Well, let's look at this without benefit of Brian being. Is anybody intending to speak on this instead of Brian? The intent of this is very similar to 023. The intent as written is to replace the heat pump water heating section with 2018 language. But I haven't gone line by line to see if the wording is exact or not. So my, I guess, preference without Brian being here is to suggest that we would go with 023 instead of 030 because Ian is here and the intent as written is the exact same. Okay, so now we've gone through the prescriptive striking proposals. So we could, if we wanted to construct a package, we could vote one or more of these into a package to send on to the MVE committee. We also have another option, which was that there was and maybe that takes precedence, that we had a motion to accept proposal 036 along with proposals 11, 12, 13, 24, and 25. Once it was tabled until we actually went through all the other proposals. And now we have introduced all the other proposals. So that motion is now on the table and we will consider it. But we don't, we will. I think since it was tabled until we consider the other ones, that it would be in order to consider that motion right now. So does anybody remember who made that motion?
I made that motion.
Okay, So we have now considered that. There's a couple of things we need to do to that because we voted down number 3. And then we also just talked about adding some parallel sub options within there. Greg, do you want to speak to the motion?
I can remove 3 from the motion, so that way it includes everything that was before. Which, is it possible for everyone's benefit to put the motion numbers on the screen?
I think so. And Greg, if you wanted to, if we wanted as a tag to handle this a different way, you could withdraw the motion, and then we could handle it by putting together packages, or we could take this motion elsewhere. I'll also note that proposal 036 has now 2 prescriptive sub options that were added as modifications by the proponent. And the proponent is will have people that can't show up until noon to talk about that. So those were not part of the original motion. So I got it. Okay, so Greg, you could either withdraw it and we would handle it a different way, or you could take this motion forward and then we could discuss it and pass it or not pass it. Do you have a preference?
I think we should take it forward and discuss it because it's a package, you know what I mean, deal.
Okay. So Krista, could you put on the screen something that lists what the motion is, because I think everybody wants to know and there might be some suggestions as to what we do with it, like maybe a new Word document with some numbers in it. So 036 is a C407 energy modeling option. And the idea was to pair an energy modeling option with some prescriptive options as well. Watching the screen and seeing what's happening there. Gary, did you have something to say?
Yeah, just a little, maybe some questions on process.
Sure.
You had a previous motion on the table.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We had talked about, you know, maybe voting on a package, you know, pending resolution on the motion on the table. And then you were going to bring up a tabled motion from before.
Yep.
I guess my comments are, number one, I guess let's handle the motion on the table.
Yep. Yeah, that's good. Good.
Number two, my preference would be is making a motion on a package that we discussed rather than getting down to Johnny's proposals, because he's now introduced a couple of different options in there. It's going to get complex. And if we happen to vote on and approve a package at this point in time, by default, those will be adopted into whatever decisions we might make on the performance path. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I align with your thinking on this. We do have a motion on the table, and I want to get back to that motion before we bring up the tabled motion. So sorry about that. Sorry for wasting 5 minutes of your time. The motion is, Eric made a motion to accept 004. I think we heard lots of people say they like some of the other things better than 004. But that's the motion on the table, and it has a second as well. So now let's talk about this motion that's on the table. Lisa.
Yeah, as a suggestion, because it might be easier to kind of wrap our head around what we're looking at here. I mean, like this proposal actually tackles both the heat pump space heating provision as well as the heat pump water heating provision. It seems like it would make sense, if possible, to make the packages separate, where you've got, okay, this is what we're recommending for the space heating, and this is what we're recommending for heat pump water heating, versus putting it all into one package. It's just a suggestion.
Yep. Hey. Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
I was just gonna say that I kind of like doing it another way better than this proposal, but I mean, this one I could be happy with too, if that's the route. So I mean, I'd almost wonder, I'm thinking, is it worthwhile to wait on this one, see where the other ones go first, and then come back to this one? I don't know what your thoughts on, Eric, on whether we should.
Yeah, I'm after listening to the other proposals, I agree. Lisa, I agree with you 100% on this one, and I agree with you on Gregory. I'm going to withdraw my motion on this. There's multiple reasons. I like how you said, Lisa, how you to split, worry about the heat pump, and then go to the the proposals, and also. So I'm going to withdraw the motion. Shell, I'm sorry to make everyone go through each one, but I feel like I feel like it's the right thing to do.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I think that's aligns with what some other people have said as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
so
thank you very much for the dialogue, everyone.
And then Sarah was the second on that motion.
I think I was the second. And so obviously if Eric withdraws, I withdraw that one.
Okay. I guess I will entertain a motion to move some of these forward into a package. Because I think we've now looked at them and we could figure out packaging them. Well, okay, now we have to consider the tabled motion, I guess. So, okay, Eric, is your hand is still up. Gary,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the process here, whether you need to consider the tabled motion right now. It would seem to me that you can leave it tabled until towards the end, especially, that Johnny wasn't going to be able to be on the call until after 10 o'clock.
I don't want to consider it now,
Okay.
but I'm following Robert's rules and Robert's rules. I mean, the original tabled motion was until we've considered all the other ones. So it's on the table right now. And it could certainly be withdrawn and we could handle this the way we've discussed it today, or we could proceed forward. I don't have power over that, Gary.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not as familiar with Robert's rules on that one.
Yeah, we have to consider it because it was tabled until a certain thing had happened, and the things had now happened, and we have no motions on the table. So, Greg.
So would it be worthwhile to walk through real quick what these packages includes? Because I think once you hear which proposals it includes, it'll make more sense. It might be one of your packages.
Yeah, and I think to Gary's point, the challenge is that 036 was included in the initial motion. 036 now has two modifications that were put in them by the proponent, and the proponent is not in the room right now. So it would be challenging to consider 036 and those two things. It might be a better use of our time to consider just the prescriptive ones, move those forward, and then later consider 036 and the two pieces of it. I think that might be a better use of our time.
Or we could do it this one first, because I think I mean, this does not preclude us from passing a second option with Johnny's amendments. So we could pass Johnny, the package one, and then and we just talk through the proposals. So we just highlight which ones we talk through, and so it's all relevant in people's minds. So maybe we should knock this one out first.
Well, the motion on the table that
Yeah.
you made, Greg, is to pass O36 along with a bunch of other proposals that we did just talk about. But
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
okay,
Pass that one.
okay, but if we pass that one, then we are passing O36 as well, because that was part of the motion. So
But that doesn't preclude us from passing 36 with other alternatives too, does
okay,
it?
so you're saying that your motion includes O36 without modifications by the proponent.
Yes. And then if you wanted to separately consider the modifications, then that could be separately considered as another path.
Okay, so I guess what I see is the motion right now is to pass O36 along with 3, 11, 12, 13, 24, and 25, along with 36 as originally written.
And removing 3 because that was what was voted down at last meeting that we, you know, I mean, all agreed.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Okay, so that is the motion, and we can now hear discussion on the motion.
And should I highlight real quick what these different ones are so that everyone understands?
Sure.
So 11, 12, and 13, those are the ones that we just walked through where they strike the language that we all discussed through. So that was the space heating, water heating. So those were just the that's 11, 12, and 13. Then on 24 was giving us the recalibrating the baseline minimums. So that left that to be recalibrated for your points to be done. 25 was adding in the additional credit measures for the energy efficiency, the high efficiency gas fire stuff. So that's what that one did. And then 29 was the like recalculating credits in there. So we're trying to add back in the some of the credits and allowing an opportunity to recalculate the credits, and that would have to be done by PPE and NL. So that kind of does what everyone else was talking about, was striking those specific provisions, taking all of Johnny's thing as is on his original proposal, and then going and recalculating the credits.
I have to apologize. I made another error. We haven't considered 24 or 25 yet. Greg, I'm sorry, and everybody, I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought we had, so that motion is not on the table right now. It's just gotten really complicated, and I'm trying to sort through it while running a meeting. So that motion is not on the table right now because we haven't considered the other prescriptive options, which are the C406 modification options, because 24 and 25 are part of the motion and they're part of the next batch that we're going to get to. Gary.
Based upon that, then it sounds like I could make a motion.
You could make a motion. Yep. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, and I think this is where we're at. Move to approve proposals 11, 12, 13, and 23 as a package moving forward. I think that's where we were at generally.
Okay. As part of the package moving. We have a motion in a second. And Gary, just a clarification, is that part of a package, assuming other pieces are going in that package, or is that a?
Yeah, considering that we now also need to consider other options in that package, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to call that package 1. So package 1, the motion is to approve 11, 12, 13, and 23. And just a clarification, my understanding of 23 is that it is a kind of a sub option to 12 and 13.
Yeah, my understanding was it brings back and makes sure we bring back the high efficiency, high capacity option to make sure we don't lose that efficiency.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. What discussion do we want to have on this motion? Dwayne?
Yeah, I just want to clarify for my own brain, these all involve removing these requirements for EPCA compliance, but not replacing that lost efficiency with anything. It's just take away those requirements. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And then we will later consider C406 modifications to add to that package as well, is what my understanding is. Poppy?
And it would be voting to create a package that we then decide later whether or not to move forward, or we're actually voting to move these forward. We're voting to move them forward into a package that we then vote on whether or not, once we finish that, gets moved forward, or this would be moving it forward.
My hope would be that it is a package that we would later vote on after we kind of put stuff in it, but Gary, it's your kind of choice.
That was my intent.
Okay, so Gary, just to be totally clear, your intent is to put it in a package and later we would vote on the package as a whole. Is
Yes.
okay. And Patrick, is your understanding?
Yes, hold on.
Oh.
So Patrick, were you the second on that? I missed that.
Hold on.
Or who is the second?
Patrick said second earlier.
Yes, I was the second.
Okay, thank you.
And I approve what we just talked about.
Okay, go ahead, Mike Fowler.
All right, I want to question just for my own, trying to keep my head clear of everything. Gary's proposal or motion includes number 11. And number 11 removes the entire section removes the heat pump requirement, also removes the electric resistance restrictions. Now I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly, whereas 04 removes the heat pump restriction only, but keeps in place the electric resistance restrictions. And so I'm trying to debate myself, or trying to come to my own conclusions of 11 versus 4, just in that context. So I just want to, that's one sharing what I'm thinking right now. That's my comment, not a question.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. And I guess if we up the stringency later as part of this package, it would apply both to electric resistance and gas combustion. Shane.
Yeah, I need a little clarity too. So if we're approving something as a package, is that what the SBC is going to get to vote on, is the package itself, or will they be able to pull it apart?
Yeah, a good question. So the MVE committee and the SBCC and public could pull these things apart and modify them in many ways. But the tag's voice carries a lot of weight with the MVE committee and the council. So if the tag packages things in a certain way, often that kind of makes it through the MVE and the council largely unscathed. But the MVE and council have full latitude to do lots of things with whatever we pass.
Okay.
Dwayne.
So the process has me nervous because it sounds like I'm being asked to vote on something with the expectation that maybe other things will happen that modify it later, but
So Dwayne,
without any guarantee for that.
Yeah, so what happens is we're voting things into a package. Later, we will need to vote on the entire package. So this is not moving it into the MVE. This is moving it into a package that we will later vote on, whether we approve of it or not. Does that help clarify?
It doesn't make me any less nervous about this process.
Okay. Greg.
Two things. Respond to a comment earlier about electric resistive heating. I don't know if anyone here is advocating for electric resistive, because that's in overall efficiency, and carbon emissions, that's the worst possible you could. But in the same note, EPCA does cover electric resistive appliances. So that's the conundrum. You know what I mean? While there's no advocates of electric resistive, there's it is trying to bring into compliance. So that's just kind of like the note there on saying on that. And also I would view it as if we vote through a package which is incomplete, at least in my opinion, that from what I'm hearing, that gives the MVE the most flexibility possible. I mean, if they got parts and pieces, they can miss and matches however they see fit. So.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Lisa.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment about the process a little bit to kind of follow what Dwayne was saying. Voting on, we're going to put these into a package and we're going to add something potentially later. I'm going to be kind of inclined to vote no, because the way it sits, it's a substantial step back in the amount of efficiency that we were trying to accomplish. And so as perhaps a recommendation for the next package we put together, and that would be to wait to, vote on the package once we all agree, okay, this is a complete package, because voting on a partial package right now seems a little risky.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Roger.
Yeah, I wanted to interject. So I'm Roger Herring guy. I'm a member, a State Building Code Council member, but not part of the Energy Code tag. And my comment or your concern, I guess, to address the concern about the process. I am, a structural engineer. I represent the structural engineering community on the State Building Code Council. My expectation of what we get from the Energy Code tag is that it is a complete package, and that you all have worked out all of the details. I think the changes that would occur at the MVE and certainly at the SBCC meetings would be clerical type things, not overall changes. At least that's what my experience has been. So I wanted to, as a building code council member who's listening today, just to try to make sure I have a better understanding of what's coming out of the tag. I wouldn't be too concerned that we're going to go in as a group and make big, huge changes. So that's all I wanted to comment on.
Thanks, Roger. Glad you could be here. It's always great to go back to the council and have multiple people other than myself have an idea what the tag does. Okay, well, I'm seeing no hands up, and we've talked about this, so I think let's do a roll call vote on whether to pass the motion. The motion is to put 11, 12, 13, and 23 into a package one that we would later have to vote on after we add more stuff to it. Potentially add more stuff to it. That's the motion as I see it. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Fowler,
So Chell, for understanding, this is call it a preliminary package.
Yeah,
we're gonna have another vote later in the day.
It's preliminary, and this is not sending it to the MVE. This is putting it into a package that we later will vote on to send it or not send it to the MVE as a package.
Thank you. I will vote yes.
Scott Henderson,
Aye.
Dwayne Johnlin, Dwayne, you're muted.
Sorry, no.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sarah Breedy, No. David, ready?
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Big,
No.
Eric Ullman,
Yes.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Are there any other tag members whose name I didn't call that have come before the initial roll call or after the initial roll call? Oh, Shane.
Yeah. I'll vote no.
Okay, motion fails 7-10.
Okay. I guess I see the motion possibly failing because people think this is a bit premature. That's my interpretation. So I think we should start marching through the next ones so that people can get more comfortable. Shane, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I want to take a stab at something, see if maybe it'll work going through the process, but I would like to make a motion for approval of 23 with an alternative that would be 12 and 13 together.
Okay, we have a motion. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to send 23. Is this for a package, Shane?
I guess I'm getting so confused by the packages.
Yeah, we don't have any packages currently, just so you know, we don't have any packages. And that might have been what we might have seen is a round rejection of the idea of packaging things ahead of time, which is whatever. Okay,
so I think for me, the reason I'm making this motion is I see 23, 12, and 13. They're all addressing the heat pump water heaters. And that as those proposals themselves, it makes sense to me that that as a starting point to make that approval for 23 as a proposal that does bring back 2018 language, but again has the alternative of 12 and 13 together, recognizing that 23 itself with that 2018 language may be not in compliance with EPCA, which is up to the SBCC to make that final determination. So I think that, you know, in approving this motion, then we're passing through the proposals that I would believe are appropriate. And then we can start taking a look at other, you know, sections of the code separately.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Are there other people who need to speak on this? Gary.
Yeah, not sure if I'm completely understanding approved 23 with alternative 12 and 13. Are we voting 12, 13, and 23 as a package? Is that what we're doing? I'm not.
That's the motion, as I understand it, yeah, is to approve 23 and 12 and 13, realizing that they are both parallel options of doing something similar.
Yeah, and they're all water heat, I understand that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, that's the motion as I understand it. Dwayne.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this does not resolve my initial reason for voting no, and I suspect others as well, that we're we're putting this out before we understand the entire scope of what we're voting on. So to just not end up voting for something that I regret, I would be voting against this package and any other combination as well.
Thanks, Dwayne. Seeing no other hands up, let's do a roll call vote on this one. The motion is to approve to send onto the MVE committee 23 and 12 and 13, realizing that there are kind of two options.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shay,
Yes.
Dwayne,
No.
Lisa.
No.
I apologize for the clock. Eric Bedell,
Eric, we don't hear you. Eric, are you there? Eric Bedell.
he was gonna step away for a while for
Okay.
something. Sarah,
Yes.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Irina,
No.
Poppy,
No.
Sean Vick,
No.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Motion failed 7-9.
Okay, motion fails 7-9. I'm suggesting that we head into the C406 options next. And that would be starting with 025, which is an Ian Casey option. So Ian, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this one, to add is a couple of options for higher efficiency, higher than federal minimum for water heating. So specifically adding in a couple there at the bottom. So C406-264 would be adding in essentially condensing higher efficiency equipment at a 0.91 UEF or greater. And the second option to allow for gas heat pump technologies that are a 1.29 UEF or higher. And that's basically the scope of it.
Okay, and these would have a number of credits modeled by a third party. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be dependent on kind of some other proposals and other options in the table, but yeah, that would be the assumption, is that it would have to be, the whole table would have to be kind of recalibrated and have values assigned to these credit options.
Okay, yep, just want to be clear. Okay, Are there any questions about this proposal, or else we'll, I think, maybe head to the next proposal? Okay, the next proposal is 029, which is Brian Ahee. This is adding an option for a high efficiency gas water heater. So Brian is not with us, so let's just scroll through it. And I gave a brief summary of what I saw. Any comments on this one?
Question, Shell, like
Sure.
what would be the timing for knowing what the values are we're going to assign to this? Because that'd be obviously pretty important to all of us to understand.
Yeah, what we've done in the past is we have had usually like one major table that has lots of credit values provided, and then we have, as the tag, added a few things in there and had PNNL or some other entity beg them to model those other options or those modifications of options, so that we end up with numbers that are, you know, based on modeling runs and other estimates. And that usually happens between the tag and the MVE committee, or between the tag and the council meeting. So the tag would not see those numbers unless we reconvene in a month or so.
Okay, so it'll basically be MVE that passes judgment on the table values.
Yes. Yep. And we'll get to ask questions of whatever entity does the modeling to assign credit numbers. And that's how we've done it in the past for one-off proposals that do not attempt to modify the entire table. Okay. Let's head to the next one, which is 014. This is Greg Johnson. This replaces C406 with 2018 language. Is that generally correct, Greg?
That is generally correct. Yeah, this was just the quick fix for compliance with EPCA was just go back to 2018. So it was just providing a quick fix option that didn't may or may not really comply with your 70% mandate, but it was providing an option to get to EPCA compliance.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa.
I understand we're in a bit of a process right now. Can we make a motion at this point?
Anybody can make motions at almost any time. So you're free to make a motion, Lisa.
Okay. For this particular one, this is not attached to the other ones we're looking at. This one is going to step us back too far, in my opinion, with regards to the amount of energy efficiency that we'll be able to accomplish in this code cycle. So I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this particular proposal.
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Further discussion. Lisa, do you want to, I mean, you've already spoken a little bit. Do you need to speak more about the motion?
I'll just say that we've been working on a compliance tool actually for the new credits table. So we know it really well. And there's a lot that was captured in that new table. And we all know, PNNL did an exceptional job kind of setting the values to numbers that are more appropriate for the actual value of each measure. So if we go this way, now the weighting is off. It's not as accurate as the new table and all that. So long way of saying, I think the new table is a better path.
Thanks, Lisa. Dwayne.
Yeah, EPCA compliance does not require backsliding on efficiency.
Thanks, Dwayne. Roger.
Yeah, I again wanted to jump in, and I was the person that seconded the motion to reformulate the tag, and the expectation when I seconded the motion was that we wouldn't backtrack on the energy savings. It would be to make minor modifications to improve the compliance with EPCA. So I think if this came up to the State Building Code Council and you said, well, we just went back to 2018, I would probably not vote to approve that. So I think maintaining the efficiency gains is important.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, so I see no more hands up. Let's vote on this. Disapproving 014 is the limited scope of this motion. Let's just do a voice vote and see where we end up with. All in favor of disapproving this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
I'll abstain.
Okay. Motion passes. This is disapproved. 014. Okay, so we are on to the next one. So after 14 is 24, which is Ian Casey. And this suggests recalibrating 406 based on revisions in the prescriptive code. So this is more of a directional one to the tag. Do you want to talk about it, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, the intent is just to kind of flag that the table needs to be recalibrated. So that was the intent of this. There's not obviously those values at this point, but more than anything, just to kind of flag for this group that a recalibration would be needed.
Thanks, Ian. Gary.
Yeah, I just wanted to be supportive of that. You know, we've been talking about if we do make changes to the prescriptive options that changes the relative energy efficiency, that we would need to do this anyway. So I think this one is fairly straightforward, general direction that we need to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Gary. And just to be clear to everybody, I don't think the council pays PNNL for the work. Maybe we do, and I'm just unaware of it. But so this is kind of, I guess, a hopeful one that PNNL will, or some other entity will run the models on these things. I just want to be clear to everybody that this is a directional idea, but it provides no funding to rerun those numbers. David, ready?
In this context, I don't quite understand the use of the word recalibration. I guess so. To clarify, are you saying that the credit values of the measures need to be recalculated or recalibrated as stated, or that the requirements, the number of credits required based on occupancy, needs to be changed, or both?
Well, as of right now, there's no credits available. So I think just having them included in the table and having credits assigned to them as part of, as Chell had mentioned, the PNNL process was the intent of the word recalibration.
So this proposal is to add credits for electric resistance and gas-fired appliances to the C406.3 table, I think, or 2, the one that has the different measures.
Yes, and again, it's kind of open-ended, and it's not providing those values because there's multiple proposals, and depending on which one's selected, as far as inclusion of those options, just identifying that they need to be have credits assigned to them if they make it in the table.
Just to see if we can maybe end around this one. Most of, if not all of the proposals that add gas options do not have numbers in there in the credit table. So it's kind of implied that somebody needs to do this. So,
okay, so do we really need to vote on this?
We may not need this proposal because in fact, it's kind of implied in all the other proposals, but it's a proposal we received and accepted. So therefore we do have to vote on it. Dwayne.
This is not a code change proposal, as far as I can tell. I don't see any code language that changes, and therefore it's something, it's a discussion point, but nothing, it's not a code change proposal and nothing to vote on.
Yeah, it was accepted, so I think we could, since it was accepted, I think we need to vote on it. But I honestly don't think the vote will change anything because we have to do this work, whether we approve this proposal or disapprove this proposal. So I don't want to have a long discussion on it ideally. Lisa.
Yeah, just for the sake of clarification, because I heard a question earlier, I wasn't sure if the question was answered. So we're talking about the measures and having some analysis done at some point that is going to recalibrate the number of credits that each measure, the value of each measure. And I think that's what we're talking about here. I have not heard that we are discussing changing the number of required credits based on occupancy group. That is a different topic and a different discussion. And so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that.
Yes, I think it's a bit vague, maybe. Okay, I don't know that this one is super germane to what we pass on to the MVE committee. I think it needs to happen regardless. But we accept it as a proposal, so I'd like to take some action on it. Shane.
Yeah, I was just gonna say how I think in light of the fact that this is something that needs to be considered anyways, that the fact that this is open-ended is probably the most appropriate in versus, some of the others that have just touched on part of the energy credit option stuff. So this would prevent it from being kind of pinned down to only certain parts of it, and it would just open up the ability to look at that whole table appropriately.
Thanks, Shane. Puppy.
Sorry, I took my hand down.
Okay, Greg.
Just process question. Now that we've talked through all these, do we go through the tabled motion?
So this is 24. We could go back to that one if we're done discussing this one. I wasn't sure whether we were done discussing this one or not, which is why we haven't gone back to the tabled motion.
There's still 29 on the tabled motion too, and I don't think we've discussed that one yet, have we?
29. Where is 29? Didn't we discuss? Did we skip 29? That was a Brian Ahey one, and I think we went through it, but there was no robust discussion on that. Didn't you bring that up a couple minutes ago? After between 25 and 14? I think you did.
Yes, that did pop up. 29 as a 0.93 proposed and 25 as a 0.91 proposed efficiency.
Okay, so are we done discussing 24? Okay, we're done discussing 24. Then we're back to the tabled motion from last time. which is, let's go to that Word document, Krista, that you had up, and that is to approve 36, the original version of 36, along with 11, 12, 13, 24, and 25. And I guess
And 29.
and 29. And 29, okay.
And the reason for picking out those specific ones, so 11, 12, and 13 are the ones that we previously discussed quite a bit on striking the language, which I could be wrong, but I believed everyone was okay with striking. It's just people needed adjustments to the credits to go along with those. So then those three. 24, which is the one we just talked about, which just says we got to recalculate things with the credit, which is kind of like an obvious thing we have to do. 25 is the adding the efficiency measures for the high efficiency gas fired appliances, Ian's thing. And then 29 is also about the gas fired efficiency ones there too. And then, so really it's trying to take all of Johnny's prescriptive or simulated performance path stuff, make the changes to that we have to for EPCA compliance, and then recalculate the credits is what that is. And so we're not, and you notice not included in the proposal is the one that we voted down not too long ago about which would take us backwards. That was not included in this package because the intent of this package was to recalculate the credits, allow a prescriptive path, and then take Johnny's original proposal as is.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. That is the motion that is on the table. It was tabled last time. It's slightly modified today. And that is the proposal. Is there discussion on this? Poppy.
Actually, just have a question. So when we, presumably this is actually a motion to pass these and pass them along as opposed to put it into a package. So just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
then,
I'm going to call this package 1 because there are stuff we haven't gotten to. So package 1 would be this one, and it would be the motion, as I understand, is to pass it on to the MVE committee.
Okay. And but the main part of my question is that because this is a motion that includes a number of individual proposals, by disapproving or approving this motion, we do not deny the opportunity for any of those individual proposals to be.
That's correct.
Or
that's correct. If we approve this, we could also include some of those proposals in another package. If we disapprove this, we can also include these same proposals in a package.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah. Greg, go ahead.
I just want to know, this was intended to be a compromise that would hopefully capture everyone's desire, you know what I mean, trying to get a little bit of everyone. So that was the intent of this. And you'll notice that none of these proposals were extreme on any way. It was just, you know, I mean, trying to capture a little bit of everything for everyone.
Thanks, Greg. Dwayne.
Yeah, I didn't make it to the last residential code meeting. I was out of town, and therefore I wouldn't mind the 1-minute summary of what this all does.
This is the commercial code. But the last commercial code meeting we had, we only approved one thing. We disapproved one thing, and then we tabled everything else, basically, or a bunch of other stuff. So is that kind of what we did was we approved 026, we disapproved 03 and we tabled the motion that we're kind of considering right now. Is that kind of what you were hoping for, Dwayne?
I'm sorry, I just don't understand except for that brief explanation that it gives a little bit to everybody. I don't know. I don't completely understand the whole version of this, and I'm a little confused about why we're considering it a commercial code issue right now.
Okay. Krista, go ahead.
This isn't directly responding to Dwayne. I just wanted to point out that part of this original 036 includes striking this section on ventilation, citing that this other section has the same requirements. However, the exception is not present in the second iteration of this ventilation requirement. So if there is a desire to keep any part of this exception, keep that in mind, please.
Okay, yep. Good to know, Krista, thanks. David, ready?
Yeah, actually, regarding that, Krista, I think in the last meeting, commercial meeting, there was, this part wasn't EPCA related, so I think there was some thought of actually pulling this change out of this proposal. But obviously the motion did include that. So I guess we could amend the motion to remove this part to address that concern. But I guess on this one, I have a concern down in the table for the BPF factors for the I didn't hear as part of the motion that these BPF factors would be part of any kind of assessment or recalculation of requirements. These were the factors being proposed. The multifamily one I'm concerned about because it changes fairly drastically compared to the changes of the other ones, which doesn't make any sense to me based on the rationale. So I wouldn't agree or support this without having that factor looked at more closely.
Okay, David, you could make a motion to change either of the two things you suggested, both the ventilation and then the multifamily. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, I may come to that, but I guess the other part of the recalculation, I still don't understand because we're talking about adding credits. If I understand it, this proposal, this motion would to add credits, but it doesn't include removing the prescriptive heat pump requirements?
So this motion as made includes proposals 11, 12, 13,
12.
which would remove the prescriptive heat pump requirements.
Okay, so then there's no change to C406.2 that increases the number of credits required based on building types?
No, that's not part of this motion.
Yeah, I don't think that works because those credit requirements were based on the assumption that the prescriptive requirements were for heat pumps were included. So I don't see how that maintains efficiency levels without changing their credit requirements for the different occupancies. And the BPF values are not changing that much. They're only changing because of site energy, but we don't have a corresponding kind of alignment with the proposed changes to prescriptive path. So I just vote no on this. I'm not going to make any motion to change this.
Okay. Motion. Thanks, David. Johnny.
Yeah, and sorry, I just got back online a minute or two ago. Saw you were looking at my proposal. So sorry if something had come up and I was offline. But I heard David's comment about the BPFs. I'm not sure if that's related to the motion on the table, but I would suggest that we just write XX in for those if there's any concerns, because those do need to change to be based off of site energy versus what they currently are, which is based off carbon. And if there's specific concerns with any of them, I would choose to put XX in for either multifamily or all of them. But here to answer any questions or anything. I apologize for being offline.
No worries, Johnny. And just to be clear, the motion on the table right now is to approve 036 along with 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 29. So it's the motion made at the last commercial tag meeting. Greg.
Just a correction, this did include proposal 24, and so just that 24 was recalculating the credits. So that is the correction to the statement that it didn't recalculate credits. Yes, this does.
Oh, so
I did not hear that clarification made when I asked the question. It was just recalculate the credits to add gas measures, and there was never any specific acknowledgement that the requirements for the buildings would have to be increased, I guess, or at least a statement that they would have to be increased to make up for the other changes.
The C406.1 table is the one that would be, which is, so it does update some stuff, but I mean, I don't know if it fully captures what you're really looking for, but
Yeah, what I was looking for was a statement that it would have to recalculate C46.1 to increase the credit requirements to make up for the removal of the prescriptive heat pump requirements.
which that's exactly included in the proposals recalculating. That was proposal number 24, which is included in the package. So yes. It says code section C4.
But Greg, I guess my simple reading of the proposal 24 does not talk about C407. It's only about C406.1. So
that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted that to be clear. So this proposal doesn't affect recalculating all the credits for C407, the BPFs rather, but a motion could be made to do so, and Johnny kind of suggested that might be fine as well. Okay. Johnny, you still have your hand up. Okay, Greg, you still have your hand up as well. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this. So it sounds like we have three things that need to be, I guess we'll just call it recalibrated, perhaps. So, and I think I misunderstood in the earlier proposal. So the plan is to actually take the C406.1, that's the amount of credits that are required by occupancy group, and recalibrate those values. So that's what that prior proposal does. I guess that's a question to the proponent.
Yes.
Okay, and so we're not talking about recalibrating the value of the individual measures. Is that correct? So C406.2 and C406.3?
Those were not. It was just C406.1 was the only, that one. And then there was a recalculation of a couple additional credits for in C406.2.6 for efficiency gas. So there is some recalculation in C406.2, which was part of number 29.
Got it. And then in Johnny's proposal, his comment was that, Johnny, you mentioned that these values here in C407.3.2, they still need to be recalibrated from source to site energy. Is that correct?
So what they are, like the 0.55, 0.71, what they were before was based on carbon. I had PNNL recalculate based on site energy, and I got these values. There are some questions, specifically David Reddy has questions about why does it change so drastically from 0.55 to 0.51, specifically for multifamily, while the rest appear to only go down by like 0.1 or 0.2. And I think that's a good question, but I don't think we should throw out the total recalculation based on that question. We should just maybe put XX in for those until we can get that question answered, and then have PNNL bring it back either at MVE or at the public comment with the correct amounts if there is a correction to be made. I have a further comment, but I just wanted a direct response to that. I'm not in line yet.
Great. Thanks, Johnny. That's helpful.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, Johnny, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say, like, I submitted a couple of amendments that will be discussed later today, which also recalculate the credit table also for this proposal, which I'm a little confused on how those would be treated if this were to pass.
Yep. So Johnny, just to be clear, this is a proposal that packages a bunch of stuff together. So if this doesn't pass, we can still consider any of the other stuff. And this one only considers 036 as originally submitted and not 036 with the options that you sent later.
Okay, well, I would encourage folks to not vote on this package and wait until my amendments occur later, which offers multiple pathways for all covered products to be installed, either by building a performance model or through the prescriptive pathway using credits, but does not disadvantage heat pumps in any way.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. Greg.
Just one thing that you might have missed, Johnny, that we talked about earlier is if we pass this package, that does not preclude passing your amendments as a separate item. So they're not mutually exclusive. We can pass your proposal twice, once with amendments and one once here.
Thank you. I did not hear that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any more hands up. We have a motion. The motion is to pass one package onto the MVE committee. It includes 036 as originally submitted, as well as 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 29. That is the motion on the table. Let's take a voice. Let's take a roll call vote on this. And I'm going to call it package one because we'll probably pass something else as well today.
Sorry, just trying to get things squared away here. Yep. Mike Fowler,
No.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
So sorry. I think I'm gonna say no.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Dwayne? Dwayne?
I don't show him on the list anymore.
Okay, Ray? I guess Ray's next, right? Ray Alshouse, are you in the house?
I also don't show him on the list.
Okay.
Lisa Rosenau,
I'll vote no.
Eric Bedell,
Eric Bedell?
he's also not here. Sarah Breedy,
Yes.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis, no. Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
Eric Ullman,
Yes.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Case,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Motion fails 9-6.
Okay, motion fails 6-9. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and please think about what you do support. so we can package stuff up after this 5-minute break. Thanks. See you at 10:45. Back. Welcome back for another couple hours of fun until our lunch break. What I'm sensing is we could sit here and repackage the prescriptive options again and again. What I'm hearing and reading between the lines, I'm thinking some of the challenges are it's not abundantly clear to everybody that if we strike the heat pump requirement, that we are adding to the number of credits necessary to comply with the code in C406. And that's giving a lot of people a reticence in terms of wanting to maintain the stringency of the code. And I think, even if the proposals do that, it's not abundantly clear to everybody that they in fact do that. Now we have other proposals we haven't considered yet that do prescriptive things, and those are we have proposal 036 option 1 and option 2 actually include prescriptive pathways through the code. We also have 037, which adds a prescriptive pathway through the code, seeking for more EPCA compliance. So I guess my inclination as chair would be to, we could certainly have motions that try and repackage the prescriptive paths. We could then, or we could alternately head into 036 and 037, which add more and different options for prescriptive compliance that add gas fired, or we could try and clarify that in fact we need to add C406 credits somehow in passing prescriptive options that we've already considered. So my inclination would be to head over to 036 and 037 if the proponents are ready, because those add prescriptive path options that we haven't yet heard. So I guess from and Gary, I see your hand is up. I'll get to you in just a second. So I guess Dwayne, from your perspective as a proponent of 037, are you ready to talk about that, or you said some people might be here later, or
it's putting it off longer is better, but whatever you need to do. Yeah.
Okay. And then Johnny, 036, you said you might not be ready to talk about it until noon.
I mean, so I'm ready to talk about it, but the PNNL is ostensibly going to be doing the modeling, and I have a few of them coming at noon to answer any questions and listen to the discussion around it, so that they kind of have clarity on what they're going to be doing credit calculations for. So I apologize, but the time available for PNNL was from noon till 1:30.
Okay. Okay, well, the only other things we have are a few probably cleanups in chapter 5, but those should be based on what we do in the prescriptive option. So I guess I would like to hit 37 and 36.
Recording in progress.
Fairly soon if we can. Should we? Oh, okay, Gary, I'll get to you, and then I'll ask a question.
Thanks, Joe. Listening to what you just said about maybe people's reticence about voting for that last package was because it wasn't explicit that credits required would be increased, would need to be recalculated, increased, and certain credits within the table may be recalculated, and building performance factors recalculated. Whether a new motion to explicitly require those to be done would help in regards to the reticence of some on the tag to vote in favor. And so with that, I think I'll go ahead and make a motion to that effect. So the motion would be to approve the previous package, but with explicit instruction to increase the credits required as necessary to make up for the efficiency difference, to recalculate the appropriate new options, potential new options going into the credits table, and to put XX in the building performance factors with direction to specifically recalculate those based upon the new baseline requirements. So that's my motion.
Okay, and I'm going to restate the motion because I want to, well, I have to. So the motion is to send to the MVE committee a package number 1, which includes 036, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 29, and recalibrates specifically C406.1 to make up for the efficiency losses by striking heat pumps. Also recalculates C406.2 for new measures that are part of that motion, and also recalculates the C407 BPFs. Is that correct, Gary?
That is correct.
Okay, is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Anybody want to speak? David, ready?
Gary, did I hear in there that the recalculation for the credits would be part of that would include the revision to site energy? Is that?
Yeah, I although I don't like site energy, I don't think it's the correct metric. I'm not making a motion to change that at this point in time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks. David, are there questions, observations, comments? Hey, Lisa, go ahead.
I guess I have a question for Gary. Could you elaborate on your perspective about site versus source energy? And I'm saying that, asking that question relative to what was done in the residential tag, because that was the direction that the residential tag went. So it'd be helpful to hear your perspective on that, because I think that would be a part of this motion, I think.
Well, yeah, Lisa, that's not part of the motion, right? It's site is part of the motion.
I suppose we could make a motion to include that, right?
Well, I'm actually, maybe I'm going to ask Gary to make his statement or point again, because am I misunderstanding that this package would not include recalibration of the BPFs?
This would.
Would, Lisa, and I'll try to be real brief. When comparing different energy sources, like we do, like we are doing in both the credit tables and the performance path, using site energy does not treat different energy sources fairly. And if you're going to compare different energy sources, it ought to be on either a source energy or source emissions basis. It used to be based upon source emissions, but we've had a debate on what the emissions factors would be. So I believe that the performance path, rather than being based on site energy, ought to be based on source energy. But I am not making that motion at this point in time. I am only making a motion to, for the package, recalculate and increase the number of credits needed in C406.1, calculate new measures added for C406.2, recalculate the building performance factors in that table, And I believe those have been now would be recalibrated based on site energy. Again, I like source energy, but I am not making a motion at this point in time to change from site energy. Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yes, thank you.
And Lisa, explicitly, the carbon factors table is stricken as part of 036. So we would be using site energy and not carbon in the C407 pathway.
Got it. Yeah, I was just making sure we got a chance to hear Gary's opinion on site versus source. That was helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne.
This leaves a huge amount undefined that you want us to vote on. Something that I've been struggling with for the last month or so, trying to figure out how, and to just say it in general terms leaves, I think, too much unsaid or assumed to be able to really intelligently know what we're voting on. I don't know if maybe Johnny or David has better understanding of how this would work, that they could buy into it. But for me, it's just there are lots and lots of factors to consider in the sort of general statement that Gary has put in front of us.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
Yeah, so just going to the site versus source energy, which just to let you know, if you use site energy, which I mean, I'm not arguing whether we do or don't, I'm just giving you the implications of what site, and if you use site energy, you're treating electric resistive heat as 100% efficient, and you're saying gas is, even a high efficiency is like 96% efficient. And so you're saying the electric resistive is better than gas, when actually you're burning more carbon and you're polluting a lot more, just because it takes the same amount of efficiency to deliver gas to the house as it is to deliver gas to the generator that generates. But then the generator that generates it, plus all the electric losses, you're doing quite a bit. So I mean, just that is the issue behind it, is saying, hey, is trying to get to the lowest carbon emission is the purpose. So I don't know if that kind of provides explanation of why we brought up source energy multiple times, but with that said, that's just the explanation on that.
Okay, and just to be clear for everybody, site energy is the metric as part of the motion that has been made. David, ready?
So, in the residential updates, we were consistent between R406 and R405 in that the modeling based path and the recalculated R406 measures and normalization tables were based on site energy. And I guess I still don't know why we wouldn't follow that in the commercial code for consistency. So, I mean, I guess, so can we make a motion to amend the proposal to include recalculation of the credits to be based on site energy for consistency?
I think that's part of the original motion, because it strikes the carbon table. And I think I'm gonna let John hear
differently from Gary. Gary, I thought, said explicitly that he was not recommending the credits be recalculated based on site energy.
Okay.
May I respond through the chair there?
Please.
Yeah, David, that's a good question for clarification. No, I am not in this motion suggesting changing anything in that regard. So my assumption would be is that all the recalculations, recalibrations would be using site energy.
Including C406.
Including C406.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
not suggested any changes. As much as I'd like to, I'm not suggesting any changes in this motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess another thing to write down, just because I think it's clear and we've stated it, but it should be in there, that the motion includes recalculating to maintain the energy savings of the 2021 code as passed by the council. That's my understanding of the motion. Is that correct, Gary?
Sorry, I got distracted for a moment.
Yep. So I'm just adding clarity. What I stated when I restated your motion and what I think you intended and may have stated is that they be recalculated specifically to maintain the energy savings of the 2021 code as passed. Is that?
That's the implication, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to be very explicit because if this motion passes and the MV committee takes it up, I want PNNL to have really good direction as to how they would recalculate those things. Okay, Johnny, you're up.
Thanks. So this would keep the prescriptive requirement because it's based on my 36 proposal, which currently has the prescriptive requirement. What would we be recalculating in 406?
So this also includes 11, 12, and 13, which strike the prescriptive requirements for heat pump, space heating, and water heating.
Okay.
So then, yeah.
Cool. And that's all they do, correct? That what 11, 12, and 13 at least?
11, 12, and 13, that's primarily what they do. 24 requires recalculation of something kind of in a general sense. And 29 is adding an option for high efficiency gas water heaters.
Okay, so if this were to occur and the baseline efficiency would be or the credits would be changed to make up for the difference between what the current credits are and what would be achieved by a heat pump, then will there be an additional credit added to the table for heat pump systems that could be achieved when people build a heat pump system so that they get the energy efficiency for building that heat pump? Basically a normalization, which is what my proposal does.
036.
Yes. Well, the amendment to my proposal, which we're going to discuss in an hour.
Okay, this it only includes the original 036.
So basically, then if somebody were to build with a heat pump, not sure how that would work.
They would not get credit, is what you're saying? They would not get credit.
The way I'm reading it, I believe so, but I'll be honest, I'm a little lost. Not trying to discount this idea because I appreciate the good faith nature of it. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a really good point. 025, I think, is also part of the motion. Is that correct, Gary?
Yeah. 025.
025. I wrote that down. 025 is an E and KC one that adds credits for high efficiency gas water heating. And
yeah, I'm not sure if I said that specifically, but
I wrote that down, but
yeah, it was part of the original one.
Yeah, it was part of the original one. If I didn't state it specifically, I apologize. I think it's similar, but different than 029. They would have to be reconciled as far as between the two.
Yeah, I think that was just my typo.
Okay, so, and then I hear from Johnny reminds us that, in fact, if we strike the requirement for the minimum air source heat pump, we should probably add a credit back that gives you credit for that, and that makes sense to me as well. David, ready?
Yeah, I think, we could, I guess I'd suggest this package description here, that before the word, with caveat that C406.1 credits be increased. Individual new C4 6.2 table C4 6.2 measures.
Yep, that's good.
Be added as proposed, and the credit values be recalculated based on site energy. And the credit values of all measures be. So individual
Can you
new
repeat that last part?
Yeah, individual news table C4 6.2 measures be added as proposed. So yeah, remove recalculated. And I think the specific proposals were 25, 20, 25. I don't know, but as proposed, and the measure, all measures be recalculated based on site energy. This is my interpretation, sorry, of kind of what's being proposed and what I'm hearing with, I guess, to address some of the lack of clarity. So I don't know if I've gotten it all right, but
I think it is, and I would add C407 right before the XX BPF, just to make it abundantly clear.
Table C473 BPFs recalculated.
Yep, and then I guess I would hope to see some language for a minimum air source heat pump added to the package, but I guess that's not, is that part of any of the proposals we received?
That's what my amendment does.
Yeah, the other thing that I would like to understand on the recalculation is they're going to be, the credit values for C4 6.1 would be recalculated, or the increase based on a code minimum gas efficiency system, or what's the kind of, I guess we're just saying maintain energy savings at 2021 code pass. So maybe that gives enough direction for the recalculation. So
I mean, the reality, David, is that we would really need a fuel normalization table.
Yeah.
And we don't have one, and in this code, and we didn't receive a proposal that includes one. So I don't know. Yeah, so that sets a kind of probably a hole in how we do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little subjective to just say maintain energy savings in 2021 code has passed without some of that additional clarification, but I don't know, hopefully these suggestions help.
All right, thanks, David. Johnny.
Yeah, so this has like 80% of the elements of what the amendments that we will be discussing later do. The main differences are that it includes some high efficiency gas measures into the credit table, what I actually think are good and potentially should be added to the credit table, which aren't in my amendments. We can discuss that later. But kind of the whole normalization question, if we're basically saying that a heat pump would now be required to have unless there is a specific measure added which gives credit for the difference in site energy between a gas furnace minimum efficiency and a minimum efficiency heat pump, we are disadvantaging heat pumps and requiring them to have a higher site energy reduction than a gas furnace. So they would have to have a higher efficiency than what is currently required by the 2021 code if they do not have that credit added, which I still do not see in this new package. So that would need to be added. You can do it. It would, I called it a heat pump normalization credit and a heat pump water heating normalization credit. It's basically like the normalization table in residential, but it's a credit versus a separate table.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So that just brings to light, we have other proposals that have other ways of approaching this challenge. I guess, yeah, from the energy parity standpoint, I would love to see this proposal have credits for minimum air source heat pumps and minimum heat pump water heating. I think that would go a long way towards making this a great proposal. But I guess we don't have the language. We didn't receive proposals with that language in it. But nonetheless, I bet we could modify proposal 11 or 12 or 13 to include that language if we wanted to as part of this package. Lisa.
Yeah, Johnny brings up a good point. I think that we do need to be careful with whatever we put together, that we don't end up with a situation where, heat pumps are disadvantaged compared to fossil fuel equipment. So I think we have to take that into consideration because that would also be a step back. But I have a question, and I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure. So we don't have a proposal, we didn't receive a proposal that would require higher efficiency fuel-fired equipment with exceptions for a variety of situations. Right now, we're talking about setting it back to just minimum efficiency, and then if you put in higher efficiency gas, then those would be new measures. Is that right? So there's nothing in between there that says, okay, well, let's increase it and require higher efficiency fuel fired with exceptions. I don't think we got a proposal for that, but I'm just confirming.
That's my understanding, is that we are, the prescriptive code would include federal minimum efficiency, and then C406 would have stuff in that gives you credits for it, and you need to meet a certain number of credits.
Lisa, sorry.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Lisa, I'm not sure we can do that. I think that the baseline has to be the federal minimum.
Baseline has to be. Okay, great. Thanks for the
Yeah.
clarification.
Yeah, for EPCA, it has to be a covered product.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and there is a credit that exists that allows for you to get extra points, I think up to 20% better for the space heating equipment. You basically calculate the increased efficiency over what's required in C403. And as long as you're more than 5% or more better, you get additional credits up to 20%. And that's based on equipment type. So a heat pump, we get up to 20% more credits for being 20% more efficient than federal minimum. And a gas furnace, we get up to 20% more credits for being 20% more than federal minimum. But that doesn't make up the difference between a gas furnace and a heat pump, which is why we need a second measure for normalization, which basically just gives you credit for installing a federal minimum piece of equipment.
Exactly. I think that was kind of where I was going, and I understand I appreciate you bringing it up. We want to make sure that when it's all said and done, the equipment is on a level playing field, and that I think that's key.
Gary.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see us vote on this package as it is. I know that Johnny's got two options. One of them would be like an equalization table, and the TAG can discuss and debate that and add it in either as an option going forward to both the MEV and SBCC. So I'd really like to see if we could vote on this package and then get on and talk with Johnny's options and then Dwayne's.
Okay, well, I don't see any other hands up. So I think everybody's in agreement that let's vote on this. So the motion is on the screen, and I think we also said some things that might not be on the screen but are kind of part of this. It's to pass 036, which is a C407 change, along with some prescriptive changes 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, and 29. It also involves probably increasing the number of C406.1 credits required to meet the energy efficiency of the 2021 code as was passed earlier. It includes calculating the number of credits that would be gained by some of the new measures in C406.2, and then recalculating the C407 BPFs or confirmed by PNNL based on site energy. So that's the motion as I see it. And
hang on a second.
Sure.
That you just said a lot of things that do not appear on what we see on the screen. and have just been sort of mentioned in passing, would it be worthwhile to like spend a few
What are
minutes
those things?
and I'm not, I was having a hard time keeping up, but you start off with, okay, some with saying, here's what your understanding is, some of which might not be on the screen, but what do we not see? What's in this that we're supposed to vote on now that's not shown in that paragraph on the screen right now?
Lisa.
Yeah, I'm with Dwayne on this. I'm leaning towards my trainer hat, where if you want folks to understand what you're talking about, package it into, bullet items. This package does ABC. And I'm with Dwayne. I think that would be very useful for the tag, because we're looking at piles of proposals and trying to wrap head around the details. If there's a way to say, okay, this is what this package accomplishes in 6 bullet points or something, I think if that's possible, that would be very helpful for all the tag members in our decisions how to vote.
Okay, I think Chris is doing something similar to that, and then anyone can suggest additional language that they think is part of the original motion, and Gary can approve it or not approve it as part of the motion.
Well, Shell, you were just reading from a list that you've written down already, right?
I was reading from what's on the screen and making a couple of editorial comments that were not exactly what was on the screen, but it's the intent to be similar to what's on, similar to what's on the screen. So I was looking at the screen and reading that. Adding a few words. Poppy.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of this motion to try to build up an integrated package. I also appreciate the comments about wanting the motion to be clarified, but we're also in a situation where we actually just voted on something that was very similar, and it was my understanding that Gary was making a few, maybe key, but not very many amendments to that original motion. Maybe we could just highlight what is different about this motion than what we just voted on. And then people could just maybe quickly decide whether or not that has any bearing on their vote on this new motion. Just an interest of kind of the overall amount of things that we have, how similar all of these things are turning out.
I think the difference is that it's clear now that C4 6.1, so 24 says recalculate stuff, and it's not very clear. This, I think, clarifies what needs to be recalculated, and that we're maintaining the energy savings from 2021, and modifying a few other tables to maintain that stringency. I think those are the differences. So the where it says new package 1, that's basically the prior motion. The bullets are the new bits of it, as far as I understand it. Gary?
That's pretty much it, Shell. It was based upon your comments that there appeared to be some reticence to vote on the previous package because it was not crystal clear that credits would be adjusted upwards in terms of requirements, and that we might lose some level of stringency based upon the previous version. So that's why I made that motion, to try to maybe alleviate some of that reticence to vote on this package.
And just to add to that, what's the comments about having credits for minimum air source heat pumps and for heating and water heating? are not part of this motion or package, just because we discussed those previously. I wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. Those are not part of this package. So Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, one more thought too. The goal is still to put forward, a couple different packages for the MVE committee to consider. And each package is going to have a different level, perhaps, of accomplished efficiency. And so I guess maybe we're stepping back from our original meeting about this. This particular package may be okay, well, it achieves this. And then the next package that we might send over will accomplish more. But is that still our goal, that we'll have some kind of explanation that says, okay, well, if you put all these together, this package is okay. It takes care of the problem and it accomplishes this much. And then this next package accomplishes more. Is that still our goal here?
My recommendation as chair was to consider passing multiple proposals so we could get attorneys to kind of weigh in on their legality, I guess. And so I encourage options to be sent to the MVE committee. It's up to the tag whether we send one or more options. Shane.
Yeah, I was hoping to get some clarity on 25 and 29, because it's probably my only real hang up on this is they're both adding efficient gas water heaters to the table, but they're doing it in different ways. So I guess I'm not really seeing how they could both be in the same package. And they got two different proponents, so I don't know, maybe those proponents could look at each other's and I don't know, or maybe there's an agreement for one or the other. It'd be more appropriate.
Thanks, Shane. I'm looking at those and Krista's bringing them up so that we can see them both at the same time. Gary?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. They are slightly different. I like 25 a little bit more because it has two options. But could I suggest that we do consider them both and that when the TBDs are filled in, we may find that the numbers aren't very much different and we could land on one or the other before we make judgment at this point in time. I understand your concern, Shane, but I guess since we're going to be asking for these numbers to be filled in, again, we may find that like that first option in 025 is very similar when the credits are calculated, or maybe even the same when the credits are calculated as the option in 029. So I'd like to suggest we keep them both in there and reconcile and make a decision after we see the final TBD credits. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
So is that something that could be done just as part of the explanation for the package? So
yeah,
that's clear.
I think this discussion is going to inform the motion, I guess. Yeah, we're passing 3 high efficiency water heating credits if we pass both of these, one at 0.91, one at 0.93, and one at 1.29. So I guess from a clarity perspective, might be simpler to pass just one of them, but that's up to you all. I think there's nothing inherently wrong in passing both of them. I think we would just, the MVE would probably just decide whether to do 0.91 or 0.93 based on the numbers that come back from PNNL. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, well, I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. The motion is on the, if you want to put up the motion, Krista, I do not want to read it again because it's been stated many times and I don't want to misinterpret it, but we've basically written down the motion on the screen. So let's do a roll call vote on this, and we're going to call it package 1 as on the screen.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
Dwayne,
No.
Lisa,
No.
Eric Bedell,
I didn't hear you, Eric, if you're here.
he's not here. Sarah Breedy,
Sarah, I'm not hearing you if you're here.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Irina,
No.
Hoppy,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
Eric Olman,
Yes.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Motion fails 6-9.
Okay, motion fails 6-9. Gary.
Yeah, this is really disappointing. It's been obvious for a long time and becoming more and more obvious that this is just falling along political lines and certain people don't want to acknowledge or accept or any proposal that might come from anybody associated with the natural gas industry, whether it makes sense or not. I think we've worked hard to try to come up with some level of compromise, and they just continue to fail, and it's extremely disappointing. I think that this proposal would have gone a long ways to mitigating the risk associated with EPCA. But if this tag continues to insist that that heat pumps are required in the prescriptive path, you're going to continue to risk failing EPCA. And so I just wanted to express my disappointment in this. It's no longer a technical advisory group, it's a political advisory group. And I'm just disappointed about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Patrick.
I want to back up what Gary said. And my advice to this group is to drop your political ambitions as in the group voting and really consider what this technical advisory group session is about. And that is to fall into EPCA lines. If you don't fall in and it's just a Band-Aid attempt, you're gonna lose in federal court. And then it's just another do-over. As I said earlier, why it's just not even hardly necessary to have this meeting. If we're just gonna vote along this way, as Gary said, and Band-Aid it away, when it gets in front of the judge, which it will, and these votes are going to get in front of that judge, and they see that it's not falling in EPCA lines, it's just another do-over. And what Gary said is reality. It's time to, respect your vote and think your way through it and not just vote the party line. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I think we're having good discussions, and I think we're getting closer to something. There are proposals yet to be considered, and there are packages of proposals yet to be considered. So I maintain hope. I really do hope that we pass something today that we all feel will, respond to the Building Code Council's recommendation, that we pass something that de-risks compliance with EPCA. So yes, we need to pass something that de-risks EPCA. I hope that we passed at least one that does that, ideally multiple, as I've said a couple times. So Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little frustrated too. I'm frustrated because I'm trying to understand exactly what everyone wants or sees as the problems to getting to something passed, and then what they would feel is a solution for that. I have other ideas for motions that I could make to try to package some stuff, but honestly, I'm not really having a full grasp on what the other committee members really feel as the best approach going forward. There's this package concept. There's we could include performance with prescriptive as single packages, or look at those individually. We could look at individual proposals themselves and just go one by one and recognize that again, they're only pieces of the puzzle. But I guess I would ask that maybe the committee members just take a second and explain exactly where they saw maybe an issue, and actually offer a solution as to what's the missing information, and then how do you get that, because it seems to me like we're presenting so many proposals with so much information, and we have a task at hand, and we still have to complete that.
Shane, I think that's a great question. So we have some hands up, but in TAG members are not required by any means to explain their vote. But I think to Shane's question, it'd be great to know what, and we haven't considered all proposals, so that could be one answer, but I would love to hear from TAG members as well what the challenges were with the one, if you're willing to. So Dwayne, you have the floor.
Thank you. And yes, in response to this is getting really close, what we had here to the what I think the majority on this tag wants is that to create a pathway that explicitly permits fossil fuel equipment and maintains the same level of stringency as the current code. I'm still scrambling here on my proposal, trying to get some adjustments in there. It's really hard actually to define all this stuff. So if we had lots of extra time, this would be like the pathway to follow to work out all the details of this proposal that we just voted down, but it was too not developed enough as far as I could tell to go forward. Mine isn't developed enough to go forward, and I'm have a small army of people doing energy modeling and getting things worked out. But so that I think that this is the principle that behind that last proposal is correct, and it's not what it was, but it's just been invented in the last hour and has not had enough time to get the details worked out so that we know that it really works.
Thanks, Dwayne. All right, Poppy, you are up next.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I definitely don't see this as a vote along, quote, political or party lines in any way. For me, it was actually more of a practical decision. I'm interested in mitigating the EPCA risk and also very committed to maintaining the efficiency and continuing to meet our 70% mandate. So when I look at this combination of proposals in this motion, I actually do support a lot of the changes that are in there. So the reason why I voted against it is that I do not feel like it is really very substantive. Sorry. Anyway, you get what I mean. It's not substantively different than the 036 with its additional amendments. And so I have reviewed that, and I think that it covers most of what was in this motion, but it goes a bit further to resolve some of the issues that I think will ultimately need to be resolved in that this package that we just voted down, but were not explicitly mentioned. So I didn't think that it was practical to send through two packages that were really kind of almost the same. If they were really different and really provided a good alternative, it might have been different. So I'm just trying to kind of get to the best package, and these were too similar for me to vote for this one. I think that would be actually confusing and unnecessary to send along to both the MVE committee and the SBCC.
Thanks, Poppy. Lisa, you're up.
Yeah, I appreciate Shane's question, and I think my response to this, I was going to pep about this earlier, is more on the process side, and perhaps there's some process steps that we can implement that will, give us all maybe a little bit more comfort in voting for packages like this. I'm a fan of, putting forth in front, of a decision body what we would recommend is good, better, best type packages. And so for me to vote on this proposal, not knowing if there was another package that would go through as well, was difficult, because it's like, if this was the only package that came from the tag, then I had a lot of the same concerns as some other folks have expressed. But if we all know that, okay, we're putting forth for sure multiple packages, there are good, better, best recommendations so that the MVE can evaluate that, legal team can look at them and see which one can we pick out of the three or whatever. I think that would be more comfortable for me to vote on, knowing that, okay, yes, we should put this one through along with, the other two. But we don't really have a process for that right now. And I think that's what's causing at least it's causing discomfort for me for voting.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. David, you're up next.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of those comments, and I guess I'm actually trying to draft something that's very similar to this right now that I can circulate to Krista so she can put it up as a motion that I think incorporates some of my concerns. But in principle, I think this could be is a reasonable right track or alternative to consider, but just needs more clarification. So I'm hoping I can add some items that address my concerns later for meeting.
Thanks, David. Johnny.
Yeah, kind of along the lines of what a lot of other people had said. I'm looking forward to discussing my proposal in about 20 minutes, and just wanted to give an update that the preliminary injunction was denied. So the work that we're doing today is important because there is not a requirement for the code to be delayed further.
Thanks, Johnny. Okay, thank you all for letting us know what your reasons were, or a few of you. And it sounds like we are in fact really close. So the frustration that Gary and Patrick expressed, we are close. We're just not exactly there. And, you know, we're a deliberative body. We need to discuss things and make sure we're all on board with them, or at least, you know, we need to make sure we're on board with the exact right thing and not just something that's close to being right. So, all right, I'm gonna, Roger had his hand up. Shane, you have your hand up now. Shane, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
So so yeah, anyway, so based on that feedback, it sounded like somebody had a proposal we hadn't heard. I was curious, is that one that's somewhere along the same lines, or is that like an existing building, or what?
So the proposals we haven't considered that are that we're going to consider this afternoon are 036 option 1 and 036 option 2 and 037, and those affect the prescriptive path. 037 creates a new explicit fossil fuel pathway for buildings, and they increase the number of C406 credits required based on the base heating appliance. I'm just trying to characterize these for Shane. They're not the proponent talking about them. And then the option 1 and option 2 on 036 basically change strike the prescriptive requirements for heat pump heating and water heating, and then change the C406 credit to increase the number of credits required based on the chosen heating appliance. So we'll consider those, and those are similar in some ways to what's the motion we didn't pass just now.
Okay, so I mean, it would seem like it'd at least be appropriate to look at those before any other actions.
Yeah, and that's since noon will be when we want to discuss those, I'm suggesting we take a 15-minute lunch break right now, and we could reconvene at noon, and we will discuss those proposals, starting with 36 option 1, then 36 option 2, then 37. So we are taking a break until noon, and then we'll cover those. Thanks, everybody. All right, welcome back after our lunch break. We are going to consider 036 option 1 right now. We've already looked at 036 last week, and then a little bit last time, and then a little bit today. Johnny, you are the proponent. Do you want to briefly reintroduce the primary part of 036? Take a minute or two, and then go through option 1.
Yes, thank you so much, Chell. So the original 036, the basic idea is that in order to comply with EPCA, we need to create multiple pathways or at least create one pathway for all covered products to be installed. I primarily did this by striking the mandatory requirement in the performance modeling approach. So if you were to try to build an energy model before my proposal, it would be required that that energy model would have to have a heat pump. I struck that requirement, So now an energy model could theoretically have any covered product as long as it complies with the building performance factors listed in the table in C407. What I have done since, based on feedback I got from last meeting, was there was a desire to have more options for folks to install covered products, including a prescriptive pathway. So in addition to the performance pathway, where covered products could be installed, I've since created an additional amendment which creates a prescriptive pathway. So there are now 2 pathways to install all covered products. And that the second pathway, there are 2 different ways in which it could occur. Option 1, which is what we have on the screen here, basically strikes the prescriptive requirement from C403 and C404 and moves those to credits in the C406 section. So it recalculates in table C406.1 the energy efficiency requirements, so that those requirements will now be equal to a heat pump, or I'm sorry, it should be equal to a heat pump baseline. And then it adds in additional credits on table C406.2, where it adds 2 new measures, one that normalizes for heat pump space heating and one that normalizes for heat pump water heating. And those measures are equivalent to what was in the prescriptive requirements. Now, there's one additional thing I would add after speaking to somebody yesterday. There's some confusions of what happens with the exceptions. So I think adding an additional sentence basically saying that if your building complies with, like, if you have a situation that complies with any of the following exceptions, you would get credit for that heat pump space heating normalization. So, if you have a low heating capacity building, or, et cetera, there's 17 different exceptions, you would get credit for those. So this isn't increasing energy efficiency for any of the exceptions, not trying to increase energy efficiency stringency over base code. If you could scroll down.
So this, just to be clear, this is literally copied, struck from the prescriptive side and put as a C406 option with all 17 exceptions that were in the prescriptive.
Yeah, and there actually should be 18. I missed the essential facilities one. I caught that yesterday. I don't know what happened. When I copied, I must have screwed that up. But there should be an 18th one, which is essential facilities, group I2 and I3 occupancy, blah, blah, blah. I can send that language over.
Okay, and then the same with the C406.2.20. It's literally copied, struck from prescriptive, and then just copied as an option. So then can you talk about how the credit table would work above so if you scroll up just a little bit, the credit you get for these things, can you talk about how that's supposed to work?
Yeah, so it requires additional energy efficiency credits in C406.1, which would be equivalent to a heat pump baseline. And then if you install the federal minimum heat pump or federal minimum heat pump water heater, then you would get those additional credits on 32 and 33 to make up the difference. It's very similar to what was basically said, that what Gary was talking about before, but it didn't include 32 and 33, the additional energy efficiency credits. It would have, and that way penalized heat pumps for not the difference in the site EUI between a heat pump and a gas furnace. This is all because, in EPCA, it says 1-to-1 energy equivalent. So we are trying to do 1-to-1 energy equivalent here, and we're trying to make everything based very even and fair, based on energy per This, just a reminder, this also still allows for the performance pathway. So.
And the performance pathway also strikes the heat pump requirements in the performance pathway, right?
Yes, and it strikes them from the mandatory table and instead just increases, sets the building performance factors to be equal to a heat pump based on site energy. Currently, they're set to it based on carbon.
Yep, just strikes out the carbon table. Yep, which is what the residential tag ended up doing as well. Okay, so does that cover your proposal for option one?
That covers it for option one.
Okay, and then I guess I'm wondering if you want to cover option two before we have comments, or maybe we should just take comments on option one, because I think this is a lot to digest. So
yeah, let's do option one first.
Are there comments or questions about option one?
Or I can do option two, like just describe it and then go back to option one so that people know what's coming, maybe.
Okay, well, I see.
Or is that too confusing? I don't know. It's up to you.
Why don't you do that? I don't see hands up right now with immediate questions. So let's, option two is also based on 036. So it 036 is C407 modeling changes. And then this adds language to that.
Yeah. So this instead of moving everything to C406, it creates within C403, commercial buildings need to comply with one of the following: fossil fuel space heating pathway, HVAC heating provided by fossil fuel combustion appliance shall achieve additional credits, and then it references a table in C406.1.3 dash parentheses 1, or they comply with the heat pump space heating prescriptive requirement. And then if you, that's exactly what the language is currently. If you keep scrolling down, does the same thing for water heating. And then if you look, I added a section in C406, which basically said fossil fuel pathways, and then you have to get additional energy measures in the C406.1 table according to this. So, and that would be equal to the site EUI difference between a minimum water, minimum space heating heat pump and a minimum gas furnace, to make them equivalent in site EUI so that they pass EPCA's requirement of being equivalent on a one-to-one basis.
So this creates two new tables that are specifically for federal minimum fossil fuel water and space heating.
Yes.
And so if you choose to use those, you wouldn't use the current table C406.1 point, whatever it is. You would use these tables.
Yes.
And these tables are yet kind of TBD with points.
Exactly. Okay. I think I have a slight preference for this option. I think it's slightly cleaner. In the sense that like it's less confusing on what to do with the exceptions. It's a little less clean in the sense that it's referencing C406 and C403 and C404. But we can go back to option one and have that discussion now that you know what both options are.
Okay. All right, everybody's in the lunch coma. Let's go to option one and talk about it a bit. Greg, go ahead.
My question is mostly on option two, which maybe you can clarify this. So on the list of exceptions that what I see lacking is any note for any auxiliary, supplemental, or emergency situations, or any. So there is that a correct understanding that you would not be allowed to use any non-heat pump source for any of those purposes?
It should be whatever is in the current code. So essential facilities should be able to be in there. And if I didn't put it in there, that was a mistake here, but I'm not actually modifying that code language. So I don't think it really matters in option two. I made that correction on option 1 because I was modifying code language. But I'm not adding or removing any exceptions from what is currently in the code. I'm not trying to reduce or increase stringency in any way, shape, or form.
Greg, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just don't see it in there as a allowance, so.
Yep, okay. Poppy.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's a lot to digest here, and I definitely think that there needs to be some discussion on option 1 and option 2, but I just wanted to clarify for everyone in relation to the previous motion that as far as I can see, this proposal, leaving aside the option 1 and 2 part, it basically includes the original 36. It includes 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 26, 24. It basically is incorporating all of those, many of which are actually redundant with each other as well. It does not include 14 and 23, which both revert certain sections back to 2018. And it doesn't include 25, which relates to the gas water heating. And so that probably needs to be discussed. But that's all I wanted to say now is that we are basically looking at a huge portion, if not all, of what we were just talking about, which reinforces my comment about that motion. So I just think that there are a lot of good things here, particularly because they actually include a lot of what many of the TAG members did want in that previous motion.
Thanks, Poppy. Michael Rosenberg. You have the floor.
Yeah, I came on a couple of minutes late. I heard Johnny say something about site energy from the points. Right now, they're determined based on emissions. So is the idea that you want to undo that and switch over to site energy?
Yeah, so I think most of the proposals, or the proposal that focuses on 36, which is the one we're looking at, strikes the carbon emissions table and proposes a site energy metric instead of a carbon metric.
Right. That's for the performance path though, right? But I'm just talking about how the points are developed for, for the additional efficiency credits.
It's a good question, Mike. So as written, I did not state that explicitly. I did say it verbally, and because there is one pathway that is based off of site energy on like a 1-to-1 equivalent, which is the performance pathway, that should cover us under EPCA. I do think that having another pathway which allows in the prescriptive requirements, which allows for covered products to be installed, is helpful. And I think that it's like helpful to allow for folks who can't afford, or for jurisdictions who can't enforce energy modeling, which is primarily why I did this. I don't want to force people to do some energy modeling and force people who don't have the money to be able to hire an energy modeler to perform this pathway. So we could keep it based on carbon and then calculate everything based on carbon. And I think we would still be safe under EPCA because there's one pathway that is available that allows all covered products to be installed on a 1-to-1 basis. It would probably be safer if we did it all based on site energy. We did move to site energy for the prescriptive credit table in residential. So if we wanted to be uniform, it would be a good idea for us to do that. I understand that would require recalculating all of the credits. I don't know how hard that would be. Probably not too difficult, I imagine, but you're the modeler and you can slap me beside the head if that's not true.
Well, and that's my concern, right? I mean, as it is, I'm not positive we're going to be able to do the work to come up with the points. I'm hoping we can, to come up with the, the point adjustments that we talked about, but then redoing everything to site energy is probably going to be a pretty heavy lift. I don't know. I hadn't even thought about that being a possibility. So we haven't looked at it that much or at all, really. But I'm worried about that. that could add significantly to the scope of work. And, we haven't even established any funding for it yet, just to do the other parts of it. So just make things more complicated.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I did, Greg, when you talked about supplemental heat, I do recall that the commercial code for water heating has, I think it's only 50% in the prescriptive needed to be by a heat pump system. And so there was anticipated for water heating, at least potentially a gas-fired option within the prescriptive code. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear as well. Lisa.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of point out my observations of the proposal. I actually really like option 2. I'm looking at it through the lens of enforceability, and that path, as Johnny noted, does provide a prescriptive path for compliance, which is important because there are a lot of projects where energy modeling would be cost prohibitive, and it would also be difficult for small jurisdictions that don't get a lot of commercial buildings to actually go through those models. So it does address some of those concerns I brought up in the last meeting. So I just wanted to just state my support of that particular path. And then if there's some other details that have to be addressed with regards to supplemental, we could look into where those omissions might be and enhance what Johnny put together here.
Thanks, Lisa. Johnny.
Yeah, and just one more point. The Rivera lawsuit does not mention anything about site energy or carbon. So us changing it up to be all based on site is actually, we're being conservative and being very cautious. So I think just doing it on the performance side should be enough to comply with EPCA, but that's the hashtag I'm not a lawyer. So I'm just putting that out there. If we wanted to keep the prescriptive pathway through carbon, then as long as the performance and the performance factors are based off site, that should be enough because it allows that one-to-one equivalent.
Thanks, Johnny. Shane.
Yeah, so I guess my comment on option 2, I guess I'd be, it's kind of where it's because we're not supposed to be the attorneys on this, but I guess my personal, I would feel like that doesn't necessarily achieve the EPCA goal, just because it's not necessarily it's not really part of the options table so much as it's like you do this or that as a part of the baseline, and if you go down the fossil fuel pathway, you have to then also do additional stuff, which to me feels like it's penalizing the fossil fuel appliances, and so I like option 1 better. My opinion on option 1, particularly because it's taking that language regarding heat pump, space heating, and water heating, and moving into the credit options, which I think is really what was missing from some of the other proposals that we looked at. My only thing when I was looking at that then was just the question on whether or not we need to go a step further and recognize supplemental heat by fossil fuels, and in those cases of the exceptions, it only allowing for electric resistance. So I think that would be a modification to consider onto that. But again, I definitely prefer option 1 to 2.
Thanks, Shane. Dwayne.
Yes, I would like to hear from our gas industry people about generally how they feel about this proposal as opposed to the one that we were trying to cobble together an hour ago, and just tell us what you see as pluses and minuses in your mind. Thanks.
Okay, and the gas industry is represented by Gary and Kevin, so and Kevin's sick, so Gary, and Dwayne, what were you asking about option 1 and option 2?
Yeah, generally, I just want to gauge for the people who were pushing for the last several sets of proposals and were disappointed in how we were all reacting. Is this different from what was proposed in your mind, or anyway?
Okay,
maybe
yeah.
starting with Gary.
So for people who voted yes on the last one, basically, is the general question.
Right.
Not just the gas industry. Okay, Gary, go for it.
Yeah, I think both of these proposals will, in my opinion, whether they use an equalization table in option 1 or requiring additional credits in option 2, based upon site energy, is an unfair comparison. I've said that before. If you're going to make a comparison with different energy sources, it ought to be on a source energy basis and not a site energy basis. That being said, I have a feeling that I'm not going to move the majority of this tag, think otherwise. I would agree that this option 1, after looking at it and contemplating, it looks similar in a number of ways to what we just voted down. I might be more amenable in some ways if we could add in the options in that were in 25 and 29 here and add them into the table. That's getting a little bit closer, I think, to at least providing additional options for natural gas. And there are other folks on the line here, obviously, that need to have their say. Greg, and I'm not sure if Ty is still on. But again, it's not ideal. But it's getting closer.
So Gary,
what specifically were those options that you were talking about in 25 and 29?
Pardon me?
You said options in 25 and 29. What specific options?
Yeah, 25 added in options for high efficiency gas water heating. And there were 2 options there, one for a 0.91 UEF water heater and one that would provide options or credits for gas heat pump water heaters when they're used. 29 also added in an option that was the Brian Ahey proposal to add an option for high efficiency gas water heating. The only difference between 25 and 29 is the UEF. I think the UEF in 25 was 0.91, UEF in 29 was 0.93.
So Gary, your somehow I missed this, but your assumption was that in the last set of proposals that we voted down, that the comparison would be based on source energy and not site. Is that right?
No, it's not. Although my preference, and I still maintain that source, if you're going to compare different energy sources, it has to be done on a source energy basis to make it fair, because doing it on a site energy basis ignores all of the upstream losses associated with both energy sources, electricity and natural gas. And if you really want to make a fair comparison, you need to be making it on a source energy basis and not a site energy basis. That's why I'm generally opposed to an equalization table based upon site energy and a single baseline and then using site energy as the basis.
But to be clear, Dwayne, the last motion was based on site energy. The motion that was voted down to package a bunch of stuff together, it was Gary's motion. It was based on site energy. Even though he didn't really like site energy, it was still based on site energy.
Okay, thanks.
Greg, you're up.
Yeah, so from our goal really is to have the lowest possible carbon emissions and provide reliable energy at a reasonable cost. But mostly the focus is on reliable energy with lowest possible carbon emissions. So what that play is, I mean, if and that's based on what we currently have with today's technology, not some assumption about what it's going to be in 20 years. And so with that said, I mean, I can tell you right now where the gaps are. I mean, the gap is when it gets really, really cold in Eastern Washington. That is a gap where heat pump technology can't provide as low of emissions overall as gas can at the building source because you're using gas to generate electricity. So that's one huge gap. So I mean, you can hit all your modeling targets possible, but if you don't allow supplemental heat, or if you penalize supplemental heat and you're forcing people to use heat pumps, I mean, maybe it might satisfy your models and maybe it might satisfy assumptions for 20 years from now, but it doesn't. In actuality, you're increasing carbon emissions. And then also when you're talking about grid reliability, like if you're don't provide allowances for using when you're getting the over 100-degree heat, like 110-degree heat, if you have no provisions that allow people to shift their load to gas, then you have outages on the grid. And so that's another challenge. So really it's kind of more about along those lines, and those are the biggest points of concern.
Thanks, Greg. And do you, in your calculation, include the global warming of escaped methane?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, well, we're burning the same source. We're burning natural gas. So
No,
if you're burning
the methane that goes out unburned.
That goes methane that goes unburned.
Yeah.
Well, the same gas pipelines that go to the house are the same pipelines that go to Avista's natural gas generators. So it's the same. So if you eliminate the gas pipeline to the home, that doesn't really change the equation. It's the same. You still got to provide the gas somewhere so that way it can get burned. And so you're just providing it to various generation sites to convert to electricity.
Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa, you're up.
Yeah, I heard an earlier comment about option 2, that there was concern that it penalized natural gas. And again, I'm trying to make sure I understand this proposal. My understanding of the proposal is that the 2 pathways were designed to create a level playing field between the 2 technologies. And so if the fossil fuel path requires additional credits, that was to account for the differences in efficiency between the 2 pathways. And I understand there's a discussion of site versus source, so that muddies it. But I just want to make sure I'm understanding that that was the intent of the proposal, why there are 2 pathways, and the pathways are configured the way they are, so that the 2 technologies are equivalent. Is that the goal there?
Johnny, you can answer if you want.
Yeah, they would be equivalent. The goal is to make them equivalent based on site energy. So 1 EUI for a building that designs with gas is equal to 1 EUI for a building designed with heat pumps. So it would set the same EUI goal for both. I mean, theoretically, it'd be EUI if we're studying it all based on site energy, which P&L might not have the resources for, so it might end up being based on carbon.
That's helpful. And then the other, I don't know if this is a procedural question or not, but I am hearing feedback that there may not be resources to do the modeling. I understand that's kind of not our job to sort that out. But I guess perhaps I would have a question to the State Building Code Council, and that is, if we do put forth packages that go to the State Building Code Council, these are our recommendations, and they all require a modeling effort to get them sorted out, but there's no funding for that modeling effort. what happens next?
Diane, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
I know you don't, probably not super excited to answer this, but what happens if we pass a proposal that requires modeling and a funding source is not identified? We just ask pretty please.
I didn't.
The question was, if we pass a proposal, let's say the one in front of us, 036 version 2, and it requires a certain amount of modeling that we have asked PNNL kindly to do in the past. If PNNL doesn't have the resources, can't get funding or find funding for this, what happens to this proposal?
Well, if PNNL doesn't have the funding, then somebody needs to pay them. And unfortunately, we don't have anything reserved in the budget for this, but I guess we need to find the money somehow. If something needs to be done, I mean, typically for code proposals, for the preliminary cost benefit analysis and everything that is related to the proposal, we were relying on the proponents. If the proponent is the technical advisory group, then we were relying on the technical advisory group to provide the needed documentation or staff with the available resources. Sometimes is able to help, but in this case, I mean, it's not a typical situation. So I guess I don't have the answer for now.
Okay, so I guess that's an unknown. Whether funding sources, what would happen with the funding sources for PNNL? So we just have to ask really nicely, evidently, and yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a good answer for that.
Maybe Mike can chime in, like historically. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for raising your hand. I'll let you speak.
Yeah, well, one thing I was going to ask is what's the timing? Because it's not just money, it's also people resources that we're pretty tight on as well, with a lot of other stuff going on. So that's one thing. Historically, NEA has funded our work in supporting the Washington State Energy Code, and I initiated conversations with them already. I think once we have a better understanding of exactly what would be needed, we have to talk with them again. If for any reason they can't or aren't interested in funding it, there's always the option of asking DOE for technical assistance, which there's a pretty good budget on the DOE side for that now. It's been a big emphasis providing technical assistance to states and jurisdictions. So that's another possibility. So there's a couple of options.
And Shell, could you discuss, like, when would these X-axes need to be filled out in the process? Do they need to be before the MVE committee, or can be done during public comment process?
Yes, so ideally it would be done before the MV considers it on September 7th or 8th. Certainly it would be really good to have it done before the council takes it up the following week, I think. I think that would be probably the dates we'd want to hit. Stoyan, you can suggest if different.
No, I agree with you. The council meeting is on 15th, and the MV committee is on 8th. So this is if we don't need to schedule any special meeting, which I assume we won't be ready before September 8th, but the current schedule is September 8th. So we will need some work on this before September 8th. Again, following the current schedule.
How do you feel about that, Mike Rosenberg?
Not very good. It would certainly be hard. I can't tell you for sure that we could do something by then.
Okay.
And that's a resource thing, not a cost?
Right, that's just a resource thing. Yeah.
Is there what would a reasonable date look like a more reasonable date look like?
I couldn't give you an answer to that right now.
Okay,
I mean, it's not out of the question that we could do it by then, so we just need to talk about it internally a little bit, understand for sure what the scope is. You know, I think I know we calculate the difference between the electric and the gas solutions, and then maybe evaluate some high efficiency gas measures as well to add in, right? Is that basically it?
yes.
And once again, it's not, I'm assuming we're not updating the entire table to site energy, because I think, you know, and I'm chatting with Doug Maddox here, who's also on the call, who does most of the technical analysis. And we both think that that would be a pretty heavy lift. So, you know, you probably want to avoid that if possible.
Okay, I think yeah. If funding and staff availability, that might be the best solution, but maybe that's not the solution we got to.
Right.
If we pass this. So I guess my opinion would be we should, if we're very likely to pass something that needs some modeling assistance, because lots of the proposals have X's or blanks in there. So my suggestion to the tag would be, let's pass some things that require additional modeling, because many of the proposals do, and then have the conversation on time frame and funding with Michael after that, and assume that if September's out, then maybe it's October or something like that, that we can get it done. I think we should pass something that we think is good and give plenty of direction to PNNL on what we want, if we want to maintain the same stringency as the 2021 code. That seems like that's perhaps decent direction. In any other direction we want to give them when a motion is made about any of the proposals today. Okay, Johnny.
And I'm open to including those high efficiency gas measures. I think would be good addition, either 29 or 25, or both, which are specifically for, I think they're for water heating. They already exist for space heating, so we don't need to add those. But for water heating, it'd be good to add those credits. So I'd be open to amendment to either of these proposals to include those. And the one thing I want to caution though is I do think there's an EPCA bullet around if you're going to have a baseline building and you're going to have multiple options and items to reach a conservation goal, that at least one of them should be 5% higher. And I think that these might be more than 5% higher. So if you have like a 61% efficient water heater, which I think is the federal minimum, 61% or something like that. I don't know if there has to be a credit for 65%. Seems kind of, well, I guess that's for residential heating. You have to have one for 86% or something for a commercial water heater. Seems kind of silly, but I just want to make sure that somebody considers that.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying as far as code language, but you're, could you clarify? Because I'm a little bit lost as to what you were just saying just now, that something needs to change from one of your proposals or both of them.
No, my proposals are fine. If we're going to add these efficiencies, additional energy efficiency credits for gas water heaters, I just want to make sure that they comply with F3E of EPCA, which states that for every combination of covered product, at least one shall have be 5% better than a covered product, but not more than 5% better if you're going to add additional measures to reach an energy conservation goal. So if, let's say, the federal minimum gas water heater is 80% or something like that, you can't have a 92% efficiency thing because that's 12% better, not 5%.
Even as a credit option?
Yes, that's my understanding. Now, I think we should include those measures, and it will come up like when it does legal review. If that is a concern, somebody will bring that up. But I just wanted to flag that as something.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. David, ready, you're up.
So if I hear right from Mike, it was like the effort to switch to site energy is one of the most substantial part of the effort that we're looking at here.
I think that might be the case. Because remember, not all these credits, it's not like there's one set of models that have all the credits done. These were done bits and pieces in different ways over a long period of time, right? So there's lots of different approaches that we use to come up with the credits.
Yeah. So, and I think we've all come into this thinking site energy was the safest position to be as a metric in our code. But I guess I would, like to raise the idea of sticking with emissions as we've done all this work around for the commercial code, which I don't like inconsistency between residential and commercial, but given the limitations I think other codes have not used site energy as their metric, so I think we have something to kind of stand on there, but I guess I'd be interested to hear from others if we could put forth a proposal to stick with carbon emissions.
Okay.
Could I just say that I think that the federal the law that we're trying to grapple with right now says energy or energy cost has to be the basis of comparison, and it can't be emissions.
At least one pathway,
Right.
which we've already fixed in the performance pathway.
Yeah, and I think
original proposal.
What Johnny might have been trying to bring up, and what I'm also think is pretty viable, is that it wasn't completely clear to me if just providing a modeling path and saying, well, we let you do it in the modeling path, deal with it, was sufficient. That so to put together a modeling path and a prescriptive path seemed like it was safer. Once again, coming from one of the many non-lawyers on this call.
Actually, I am not a lawyer.
But if we maintain using emissions for the prescriptive path, that would be compliant in everybody's mind. Not all lawyers, but we've talked a lot about it and everybody has like a strong feeling about it. So it's
definitely a grayish area, but it seems to be more along the lines of EPCA because we have at least one pathway that is based on site energy, which is the performance pathway using the building performance factors.
I guess my opinion is that if the underlying modeling in the prescriptive is based on carbon emissions, then what the result is a bunch of numbers in a table, and that seems like that's based on, but we all know it's based on carbon emissions, and then so I guess I think it'd be cleaner to have it based on site energy use.
And I would add that there is a component of the prescriptive pathway right now that the TSPR requirement that is based on emissions still, and I don't see any proposals that address that.
Nope. So are you saying we need to maintain the carbon table just for the TSPR, even if we struck it out of everything else?
Well, Johnny's proposal did include keeping the emissions table for Appendix D.
Oh, yes.
Section. So I think we're okay with the proposals as, if what it sounds like, we could just save a lot of effort if we stuck with emissions for the prescriptive path.
Yep. This might be an area where we find what is possible, and we don't know that today, but we will know that, I don't know, in the next couple of weeks. So we might want to suggest that it is that as part of any motion to pass something, that our preference would be to do site energy use. But we acknowledge that it might only be possible to do based on carbon. I don't know, that seems like a reasonable option, and then we could get to the lawyers at the MVE committee, and then we could have the discussions with Mike Rosenberg and funding sources and availability of staff after this meeting. I think that would be a reasonable thing to do. David Reddy, you still have the floor.
I guess I would revise that recommendation to be, base it on emissions, but if time allows, revise it to site energy. I guess that's kind of the opposite of what I think you said, but gives a recommended path that's the lowest path of least resistance.
Okay, that sounds good. Eric Bedell, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. Can you scroll down to the exceptions in option 2, specifically where that defrost? Keep going up. Keep going up. There it is. Keep going up. Here's option 2. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Let's leave it here in 4 and 5. Just wanted to give the tag group a little feedback on the use of electrical resistance for defrost and air-to-air heat pumps, and what we're seeing on large projects right now where using electric boilers is implemented during the defrost stage. And a couple things. When we put these boilers in, these electric boilers, they are extremely large for these buildings. They can be from, pick a number, 500 kilowatts to 1.5 megawatts. So that inclusion of that electric boiler now puts extreme costs and, from medium voltage transformers, large faults. And as we know, these air-to-air heat pumps, they really don't operate very efficiently in cold weather. I'm going to say below 30 degrees, they start dipping down. And as you mentioned, Shell, in the domestic water heating, they got supplemental heat included that could use some form of fossil fuel. And it feels like this is a great proposal, Johnny. I think option 2 is good, but having some flexibility in cold weather conditions for defrost and supplemental heating where you can use fossil fuels, it's great for cost. It's not going to be used year round or during the entire heating bracket. I think would be a wise thing for the tag to implement if we do go with this option 2. There's some exception in there that says, hey, the use of fossil fuels would be allowed in some capacity for defrost cycles, and pick a temperature. I don't think it's 17 degrees because, again, the air source heat pumps barely operate at 17 degrees. Maybe it's 24 degrees, what we're seeing in Seattle. Just thought I'd bring that up to the tag group, what we're actually seeing in real world conditions with the use of air-to-air heat pumps on large commercial applications.
Thanks, Eric. It's really good to hear. Okay, so you're hoping for or suggesting perhaps?
Yeah, just a little modification on the defrost where it says heat pumps are permitted to utilize electric resistance, but it maybe
5.1. Is that 5.1? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm going to say 5.1. There's going to be 2. It says defrost heat pumps are permitted to utilize electric resistance heating and fossil fuel heating when a heat pump defrost cycle is required in its operation. And then
probably electric resistance or fossil fuel heating.
Yeah.
Okay, is what you're suggesting, and there's no motions on the table. We're just
I'm suggesting this, right?
Yeah.
Because again, people have to vote on this. I understand, but I'm just giving a real world situation of putting extremely large electric boilers to satisfy this. And generally during these those electric boilers are also getting put on backup power in many situations because pumps have to run, so they get put on the generator, which sort of seems like an oxymoron, but So again, these generators are getting very, very large, and sometimes, doubling capacity. We're seeing, 1 megawatt generators go to 1.5 megawatt generators to accommodate these electric boilers.
Okay,
So
are you suggesting something in 5 as well, or just in 4?
I would say I would say 5.2. I would change that 17 degrees to maybe 24 degrees. Johnny, I don't know if you have an issue with that. Again, this is where we're seeing that heat pumps basically, that's their low limit. And that 17 degrees, I don't know where they got 17 degrees. I think he got it from
It's a testing thing, I think.
yeah, that's exactly. I was going to say what I've seen is it's testing.
Yeah, that's why I think we included this, because it was a testing requirement. I think it might be mentioned in one other part too. I believe that when we were originally discussing this, it was a different temperature, and then it was actually lowered to 17 because of somebody's thoughts around testing.
And then buildings are permitted to utilize internal electric resistant heaters and fossil fuel to supplement heat pump heating. And again, I would like to get some people to say where that cutoff is for supplement, right? I'm not going to give you a 50% similar. I don't think it needs to be 50%. It could be much, much lower than that. But it needs to be something, I think, in that capacity.
And then Eric, just to clarify this, internal is a word that modifies electric resistance heaters. Is internal a word that also modifies fossil fuel heaters that would be internal to an air-to-air heat pump?
No, it would be external, right? So in this case, it would be, yeah, it would not, or external fossil fuel. There you go. That's a great point. Thank you, Shell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's specifically look for comments on these things as you make your comments. I have a list, so I'm going to go through that. So, Poppy.
Yeah, I have 2 comments/questions. The first one is on the carbon emissions versus site energy. I agree that it would be okay to use either one on the prescriptive side, but I do have a question for PNNL, and you can answer this now, or maybe it's just a question that you can consider. It was my understanding that the carbon emissions are basically based on site energy and just converted into carbon emissions. So I'm just hoping that for continuity, maybe it wouldn't be as difficult to revert.
So Poppy, the carbon emissions factors are based on site energy use. That's correct. In other words, you multiply the site energy use by a factor and you get the carbon emissions for that type of energy. And the numbers are within about 9% for gas and electricity, meaning it's within about 9% of being parity between on-site gas use and on-site electricity use. Just clarifying that. Others can weigh in as well, but that's.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, my question was just that there was an indication that it might be a big modeling task or analysis task to switch it from carbon emissions to site emissions. And so I was just thinking maybe it isn't, but because if they originally started as site energy and were converted. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. And then it's not like a completely separate thing, but if they were coming from different sources and analyzed at different times, maybe it is more complex. But my main question is about the difference between option 1 and option 2 and how other TAG members are feeling about those. I was kind of leaning toward option 1 for a number of reasons, but it sounds like Lisa and maybe some others maybe prefer option 2. And so I'm kind of interested in what's the thinking behind that. What are people seeing in option 2 that they like better? It'll help me understand it more and think about whether or not I think that option 2 might be better than 1. And I think that would help us kind of get closer to what we need to do here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Eric, your hand is still up. I assume you're taking it down.
My
Greg?
apologies.
Okay, no worries. And then Greg, and I guess the two questions before everybody, in addition to anything else, are do you prefer option 1 or option 2 to help Poppy understand, and then and why? And then what do you think about the modifications on the screen to option 2? So Greg, you're up.
I want to thank Eric for his excellent suggestions. A couple minor additions or for cleanup is instead of specifying internal versus external, if you just remove it and just have it as electric or fossil fuel for it just makes it cleaner. So that way people aren't locked into in one or the other. And then the other thought on so when I was rereading some of Johnny's stuff this morning and looking through on the performance-based path, one suggestion I had, which would be if we open it up so that way it was not just site, it was site or performance-based, source-based. And I had some language I emailed to Krista and Chell this morning. It was source energy may be used in lieu of site energy when either energy efficiency or carbon emission factors can be obtained for the delivery of energy sources at the project location. Energy efficiency and or carbon emissions factors must be obtained from a reliable source such as a serving utility, municipality, state government, or federal government. But my thought along those lines was, that would fix some incongruency if you have source-based for the prescriptive path and site-based for the performance path. This would allow just another option for people saying, well, if I have the data that's reliable, then and I can obtain that and show it, then great. If I don't have the data, well, then you have to then use the site-based thing. But that might be a little fix, a small little tweak to say, you know what? And if they're going through the effort of energy modeling, they might have the resources to go see if they can obtain accurate numbers from reliable sources, like what's shown.
I guess if 036 passes, we're removing the table. And
You'd be removing the table, but that doesn't mean they can't go obtain their own emissions.
Okay.
But the caveat is it's got to be from a reliable source, and a reliable source is defined as either the utility serving it or the municipality, state government, or federal government, because someplace that is actually tracking what the emissions for the sources at that geographic location.
Okay, so you're suggesting this be added somewhere
On the performance pathway, so that way, and that would actually fix a congruency issue where you're saying we're using site in one location, source in the other. Well, now you're saying on the performance pathway you could use either one. It would.
Okay. All right. That would be okay. I think that's noted. So now we have a few things that are open. We have whether you prefer option 1 or option 2. We have whether you like the addition of fossil fuel supplemental heat, defrost, and air-to-air heat pumps. And then you have Greg's option to use source energy when the source is reliable. Henry.
Thanks, Jill. I just had a few comments to Eric's updates here. The first one being the defrost language. I've always taken that to assume that is an internal functioning to a heat pump. So as it defrosts, it has electric resistant coil in the unit that defrosts its own coils. It's not necessarily supplemental heating. So I'm wondering how you'd get a hydronic system to defrost an air-to-air central heat pump.
So Henry, I can answer that question for you. So when the units go on defrost, they need some form of heat in the build, right? It turns off. The capacity of the air source heat pump goes away. So what happens in this sequence of operations is air source heat pump goes into defrost mode. Machine turns off, right? So supplemental heating is needed in the building, which then gets kicked on by electric resistance boilers generally. As I'm not gonna say that's always, but electric resistant boilers kick on to supplement the heat in the building till the defrost cycle is complete. At that moment, the defrost cycle is complete. The electric resistant boiler should shut off and the air source heat pump is then restarted and provides heat to the building.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. The backup system is a supplemental system, which is more or less covered in 5.4 and as well as section 6. I just think we're getting a little bit confused here because defrost is purely to defrost the coils on a heat pump, and that's usually electric resistance. I understand what you're saying, that the unit loses its capacity, but I think the number 4 is purely for the unit to defrost its own coils. So I don't know if there's any fossil fuel methodology for that.
I see what you're saying, Henry. Also, and that I get that where you're going. So if you read heat pumps are permitted to utilize, that's where the internal electric resistance heating when a heat pipe defrost is required in its operation.
Yeah, I think that language is just to say you can buy a heat pump if it has electric resistance in it to defrost the coils. That's okay.
Agree with that language, Henry, 100%. That's where I think we had that
so that's just number 4. That's just the defrost. So we could add internal there or whatnot, but the supplemental, I'm with you. And I had a question about that as well. And I've certainly never spec'd a 2 megawatt boiler, so I don't know your design implications, but looking down at 5.2, you kind of raise that outdoor air temperature to 24. I would assume that you're sizing your supplemental heating to design temperatures, no matter what this first stage compressor set point is, right? And it's going to be full backup. Changing this from 17 to 24, you're still going to be sizing your electric or fossil fuel to full capacity, right?
No, that does not happen on projects. The only time that the electric boilers, and every engineer is different, right? They take a diversity factor, and because we're trying to minimize the electrical loads as much as possible in the buildings, and that's just because of SCL and PSE. I'm just going to say the electrical provider, the PUD. We're trying to minimize the size of those electric boilers as much as possible. So if you actually size the electric boiler for full load that the air source heat pump can do, they would be very extremely large for like buildings in downtown Seattle or potentially buildings in like Bellevue. We're talking, 9, 10, 18, 20, 25 story buildings. So there is a diversity there. It's not a 1-to-1. That's to answer your question, Henry.
Sure. Okay. And then I guess, so some of that supplemental sizing is down at 5.4. We don't really touch that a ton, but I'm just, a lot of modern air-to-air heat pumps, they actually have, full capacity down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit and a COP at 2. So I'm just wondering, it feels like 5.2 doesn't really impact capacity sizing or equipment selection, and what it would do is just, give up.
That's a very Henry. That's a very yes. You can. What you have to do to get full capacity of an air source heat pump, you have to oversize that heat pump significant. So, for example, and I don't know if this is, I'm going to make up a number, so just make sure. Say you have 250 tons of load, and you have to go down to 17 degrees, right, to meet that requirement. That 250 ton now just became by size and capacity just became a 300 ton because of the loss of efficiency and loss of capacity of that air source heat pump in cold weather climates. So these air source heat pumps are getting huge on these buildings in order to go down to this just 17 degrees, for example, in Seattle. I don't design anywhere other than Seattle or Puget Sound, Bellevue, or not me personally, but the engineers I work with. So that's where I'm going with that is they're just getting tremendous, both, it's adding all these implications into buildings, which is structural, literally fitting them on top of the buildings, which is becoming very interesting. And then of course, if they have to be put on backup power, the size of the backup electrical systems, generators, are becoming large also. So I'm just trying to help offset that with the use, fossil fuel boilers work really, really well. They're hardly even used in that situation. When it gets real cold out, how many times does it really get cold out in the climate zone 4 area? But, every couple of years we get down to 20, 16 degrees where these things would kick on. But it will save a tremendous amount of money, time, effort, with a lot of benefit and a slight carbon. I don't know what you want to call it. You're going to put some carbon into the air, right? But very minuscule in the whole scheme of things.
Yep. Yeah, I hear it. Sizing the heat pump to meet the final few hours of heating in our, at least west side of Cascades, is a big cost impact.
It is.
I do think the sizing requirements of those heat pumps are kind of more clearly outlined in 5.4 and 6.3 here. We want to kind of relook at those, and kind of touches on your supplemental as well there. I just think cutting off the compressor at a higher temperature, most of our heating is between, 38 degrees and 24 in Seattle.
That's here. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you just raise that first stage compressor up higher, you're just kind of losing any possible COP you have. As I mentioned, there's the big 3 manufacturers of air-to-air have pretty good performance all the way down to 1710. You can even get negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit. So I just don't know if the update to 5.2 is really doing what you're after, because I understand what you're getting at, and it just might be better fit under how you have to size that heat pump and what your backup could be. That's my main comment.
Okay, I think this is an awesome discussion, and I really enjoy the detail of it. If both of you want to think about potential changes, that'd be great. I'm gonna go to some other people and hear about some of the macro issues we're dealing with. But Eric and Henry, I'd love to hear if in 5 or 10 minutes you come back and you think
And 4.
something specific about the code language in front of us. Cool. Lisa, you are up next.
Yeah, actually, I have a question for Henry and Eric, and I really appreciate the background that you provided in this particular case. Are we potentially, though, talking about 2 different animals, meaning like for smaller systems, smaller buildings? I fully understand, the implications for large systems, and it makes a lot of sense to add that language that has been proposed. But do we want to, or is it best to leave it as is, so it's open for any size system? Or do we set some type of a threshold that says for systems larger than X, then fossil fuel backup systems are permitted?
Lisa, you make a great point there, and the experience I'm giving you is on medium to large systems. Buildings.
So like 100,000 square feet or above, or
Shell, larger buildings. I'm giving it right where the electrical loads are. That's what's driving this, right? So, but what I'm going to say is, on smaller, right, where you can use electrical resistance, where it's a smaller electric boiler, it makes all the sense in the world, right? Where you're not having to bring in a whole new service from the utility provider to accommodate this boiler. So if this can get passed with a threshold, I'm more than happy to work on that, Lisa, where we say buildings, like you said, Shell, maybe it's 100,000 square feet and larger, or 50,000 square feet and larger buildings. That's where this is allowed. Anything below, maybe it is electric resistance. So I'm just trying to compromise here and give the best solution that accommodates a wide variety of people, so we can get this push, moved forward or we didn't. So again, I'm always willing to compromise.
Great. Thanks for that. And also, I just wanted to answer Poppy's question because she had asked about option 1, option 2. And I'll say that option 2, the reason why I personally prefer that one is its general simplicity with regards to the, having 2 paths. That just makes it a little bit easier to enforce. But I think there's a lot of value in both options. That's the only reason why I tend to lean more towards option 2.
Thanks, Lisa. And we could pass both as well. That's not off the table. Okay, Gary, you are up.
Yeah, not to belabor, I'll be real short, but I'd recommend Henry and Eric. I would love to see the language in this section here just talk about simplify by simply saying that auxiliary or supplemental heat is allowed. But don't specify whether it's electric or fossil fuel. And specifying that heat pumps need to be sized properly. We want to do that. And then, and I think this is pretty much consistent with IECC language that you can use this supplemental or auxiliary heat when the heat pump can't meet the load, or there's a failure, or it's in defrost. Simplify the language. Allow both electric resistance and fossil fuel backup, or supplemental or auxiliary, whatever you want to call it. And you might take a peek at the IECC language for simplicity. Thanks.
Thanks. And Gary, my understanding is that we had some sizing language in the original code, but if we strike the prescriptive option, then we don't have the sizing information. Is that correct? I thought we had some.
I'd have to go back and look at
Okay.
it. I thought it might still preserve the language, but I think we want correct sizing information should be in there, so we're not over or undersizing something.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Gary. Mike Rosenberg.
Yeah, I was just, somebody commented about adding source energy and emissions back into the performance path. If we do that, typically the BPF table, the Building Performance Factor table, differs depending on the metric. I updated it for the site energy for Johnny, and it was very, very similar to what was in the emissions table. So I think he chose not to replace it. The source energy would likely be pretty different. And also the BPFs are directly related to what the conversion factors are, both for source energy and for emissions. So I don't think you want to leave that open-ended. If we do want to have those various metrics, we want to supply both the BPF table and the conversion factors for those who will use it.
Thanks, Mike. And my understanding of what was said earlier was potentially one that uses the existing carbon table and one that uses site energy as the two things we're playing with.
I thought I heard source energy as well.
We hear a lot about source energy, and several people on the call are really passionate about using source energy. But so far, it's site energy or carbon emissions, which is somewhat of a proxy for source. But right now, the two that we talked about earlier, like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, were site energy and using the carbon table that we already have. All right, Greg, you're up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to note what you were talking about, Eric, is spot on but it also applies to smaller commercial too. So I get when we have big requests, a lot of times when we're sizing utility transformers, I get those forward when people have questions on how to size that. And I can tell you, yeah, it may not be a 2 MVA utility transformer that's feeding a big giant 100,000 plus square foot facility, but it matters to the small business if they have to go up from a 150 kVA up to a 200 kVA service, and same principles apply, just maybe on a smaller scale. And especially it's magnified here on the Eastern Washington where temperatures get even colder.
Yeah. So Gregory, I wrote down some language here, and I actually, what would be a good, like, is it 10,000 square feet? I'm just willing to compromise to get this move forward, right? So I'm trying to take everyone's input, right? So I want to reach out to every side, right, and compromise. So Gregory, what would you think would be a based on square footage, a building size that makes sense in your opinion?
I don't think square footage is the right question. I think it's irrelevant. I think the better question is temperature. So because the same principle applies, I mean, if we adjust and meet the needs of the large developer or the large business, or actually not developer, business, doing the like Skullkirk Farmer doing a big giant manufacturing facility, but we miss the small business, I think we're doing a disservice. It needs to be focused on temperature.
So you know what, I wrote down some language in my book. So based on that, and Lisa, I'd like to get your feedback. Are you okay with that? Because I was the one who said that I would do that. So I don't want to go back on what I said. Do you?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So I want to make sure I'm understanding Greg, what you're saying is, so in lieu of including this allowance and basing it on building size or heating capacity size or some type of threshold like that, so that we address typically used technologies and all that kind of thing. You're saying that the better threshold should be based on a winter, degree design temperatures or something like that. Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, I mean, it's really about the temperature that it gets, because when, I mean, and that setting these temperature set points is where it's key. If we have these temperature set points set, then those climates, when they reach those set points, they're allowed, they're allowed to leverage that system. That gives most flexibility. But if you pick a square footage, you're just fixing the problem only for a small subset of people.
Okay, I'm just gonna weigh in here for a second. Supplemental heat and whether we use 24-17 degrees is not related to EPCA as far as I can tell.
You're right.
And we need to do some really serious work today to pass something. And there can be a few, if we want to go from 24 to 17 or something like that later in the MVE, I think that might be valid. If somebody wants to come up with some language, I think that would be great. But I just want to make sure that we're focused on what we need to focus on today. And we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes left. We haven't yet passed anything, or much. So I want to make sure that we get to that. And so this is a great conversation. But we need to focus on, is option one good generally, with, a notion to the MVE consider, adding supplemental heating or something like that if we don't have the language in front of us. Whereas option two good if we add some notion of supplemental heating or something like that. I feel like we need to address those without, if you have clear code language you want to suggest, let's go for it. Otherwise, I think we need to decide between option one, option two, or 9 of them, and then revisit other things. So
Michelle, can I toss out, I completely understand where you're going, and I agree. We want to make sure we get something done. I'll just toss in one other idea, and then we can just kind of include that as a possibility to address this, what we've been talking about now. And that is that, maybe we could just put some language in there regarding climate zone. And again, I'm just looking for something that a jurisdiction would have a shot at enforcing. And so, if we just indicate, in climate, in the colder climate zone, then they could have fossil fuel as their backup or something like that. But I think there's a way to do this that will address the concerns that both Eric and Henry and Greg have brought up.
I would just point out that that's in 5.4, so we do have structure around it already. But yeah, we can work on this in the background.
So for 5.4, according to you, Henry, allows backup heating. Does it include fossil fuels or is it primarily electric resistance?
Right now, it says electric resistance. I thought when we passed this, it was divvied up between climate zones, between fossil fuel and 5C and 4.
I think that was
But-
water heating
okay.
had backup in
Yeah.
5B.
Okay. But to Eric's point, I mean, he's still seeing massive electric backup in Seattle alone. So
Yeah.
we'll see if climate zone's an issue. I do feel like we shouldn't divvy it up between building size just for simplicity of code. But I feel like we can focus in on 5.4 as this supplemental backup. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess if we're gonna add fossil fuels, we'd add them under 5.4 because that's the
I think so. Happy to see Eric's take on it too.
location.
Yeah.
Okay, and David Reddy, I'll just call on you because your hand's up.
Yeah, I think we may be also able to solve a lot of problems if we limit the scope of the equipment that could be used and the capacity of, a lot of this applies to unitary equipment. And, if we said you could only use these exceptions if it was 20 tons and less, and, you was rated using under the specific efficiency tables in the code, like the unitary heat pump, unitary air conditioner, et cetera. So that might be another way to address this.
Okay. I think we should maybe, I hear a bunch of people saying 5.4 could change to include fossil fuels or limited fossil fuels or something like that, and that might be good. I think we could spend an hour wordsmithing it today, and I think we need to do bigger things. But if, in order for this to, if people like this otherwise, then in order for this to pass, if it needs to have the word fossil fuel in it, then let's discuss that, because I don't know. I would like to get to something that we think is at least a decent option to move forward today. Poppy,
Do we have a motion on the floor?
we do not have a motion. No, there's no motion.
Discussing. Okay. Well, in order to move things forward and maybe make some of these changes within the context of a motion, I'd like to make a motion to approve 036 with these two options.
With both options, knowing that they're kind of mutually exclusive, so the MVE would then consider these as parallel options.
I think that this is an example of two options, two alternatives where each one really addresses the EPCA and efficiency concerns, but they're different ways of going about it. So I don't know exactly how that would be structured, and I'd certainly be open to additional discussion and amendments to potentially split it into two totally separate alternatives that had the base part the same, but then added in one or the other options.
Okay, so you made a motion to send on to the MVE committee 036 with both of these options as options, option 1 and option 2. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Lisa is seconding it. Poppy, you've already spoken. Do you want to speak again for the motion? You don't need to.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's moving.
All right, Lisa, do you want to speak as a second for this motion?
The only thing I would add to it is that in the package that we would put forth, just indicate that additional language will be developed to address the fossil fuel discussion we just had.
Okay, so I guess you're suggesting that Poppy modify your motion. Okay, you seconded it, and then we could have amendatory motions, or Poppy could amend her motion to suggest that we will accept changes to the supplemental heat portion of 5.4 at the MVE committee to include fossil fuel backup heat. Is
A path for fossil fuel backup heat, and then, at that point, whomever takes that up decides what that threshold, how it's defined.
okay. Poppy, is that something you're interested in adding to your motion?
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly amendment, but I would also say that if others here now have other things that they want to suggest or change now, I'd be open to that in the future of this discussion, but I accept that amendment now.
Okay, so the motion with a second is to adopt 036 with both options as parallel but mutually exclusive options, with the notion that the MVE committee consider modifying 5.4 to allow fossil fuel backup heat. That's how I understand the motion. Okay, Gary.
In the spirit of trying to be friendly, because I think I heard Johnny amenable to this, to further amend it by adding in proposals 20, 23, and 25. I think we might want to add 23 back to maintain or retain the efficiency of those high capacity water heating, and 25, which would add in a couple of gas heating options to the option table, regardless of whether this goes option 1 or option 2. I'm hoping that's a friendly.
And then Gary, could you state what those, you're a little bit quiet on my system, so.
Sorry.
You said 25 and what else?
And 23. So this is
23. Yep.
This is 25, which would add high efficiency surface water heating, both at two different levels of 0.91, which would be a high efficiency commercial gas storage water heater, or I guess it could be a tankless too, but at that higher UEF, or maybe additional credits for a gas heat pump water heater, UEF of 1.29. So that's that one. 23 was, and we had talked about this, because I think if we strike, if I'm remembering, if we strike the requirements for heat pump water heating, we might want to add this one back in for the high input surface water heating to keep that as a higher efficiency option in there.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Poppy, is that considered a friendly amendment?
Well, I'm generally supportive of that as a friendly amendment, and having something like that. I'm not sure what the protocol is here, but I would be interested in hearing some additional input from Johnny as the proponent of the original 036.
Okay, Johnny, do you have an opinion on this?
I reviewed 25 and 29, those proposals, and we're okay with them. I'll be honest, this one I would need to think about a little bit more. 23, it's a little more complicated. As in like more complicated than I gotta like think about it. Are you just talking about the 90% efficiency portion, like 2? I don't really quite understand what would be happening.
I think this language here is, I believe this is language from the 2018 code. It's also very, very similar language to what's in the IECC, and as a matter of fact, ASHRAE 90.1, I think, has similar language or similar requirements for high capacity fossil fuel water heating equipment. Rather than allowing lower efficiency, it requires a higher efficiency. So I believe this is language straight out of the 2018 code. I think this was Ian's proposal. You can probably confirm that if he's still on the phone. I think he is.
Okay, so the question is right now to Poppy is whether this is a friendly amendment or not. She asked a question of Johnny. Johnny responded, and Gary as well. So I guess one way to do it would be to just propose this. Well, Poppy, either you could accept it, or it could be just as a amendatory motion, and then we could discuss it. Poppy, do you accept it as a friendly amendment? And that it's 23 and 25.
23 and 5, I thought somebody said something like 25 and 29. And
Johnny said 25 and 29. What Gary suggested was 23 and 25.
Okay. Mainly because I would like to have some additional discussion on this. And it may be even something that we decide to move forward to the MVE committee. Either way, whether or not we discuss it or they discuss it, I think it does require some additional discussion. So I'm not going to accept it as a friendly amendment just on those grounds. Otherwise, I would. I mean, I take it in that spirit, but I would like to have it proposed as an amendatory motion and have some discussion on it.
Okay. Gary, do you want to make the amendatory motion to include 23 and 25?
I will make that motion to include the provisions from proposal 25 and 23 to this. Thank you.
Okay. And you've already kind of spoken to it. Greg Johnson, go ahead.
Well, I mean, what I have is on a different thread, so maybe I'll save my place in line and let go through this first.
And do we have a second on that motion?
Oh, yes. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the table and the discussion should be about whether we include 23 and 25 in the main motion, which was to approve with 036. So does anybody want to speak for or against including 23 and 25?
Can you please give us the really quick recap of what 23 and 25 are?
Yes, I think Gary did that, but I will give you my 2 cents on it. 25 adds credit options for high efficiency gas water heating. 23 replaces the heat pump water section with 2018 language. So
it's and if I may,
please.
When the heat pump requirement was made, this provision went away because it dealt with gas water heating. So if we are eliminating the provision or the requirement for heat pump water heating, I think we want to add this back in to preserve the energy efficiency. It's not necessarily adding another gas option, it's to preserve some level of higher efficiency for high input capacity water heating systems. And again, very consistent with language in both IECC and ASHRAE.
Shane.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up again regarding 23 that that I just would want it to be something where at least we're making it clear that we want that to be taken a look at, and whether or not, reverting to that 2018 language it would still be okay for EPCA, because I just feel like maybe even though it was old language, that maybe it wouldn't be compliant either. So I'm okay with this amendment, just as long as we're kind of making that clear that they're, rather than getting caught in the wash, they might need to specifically look at this.
Okay, Lisa.
Hi, thanks. I think what Gary is proposing is it's in line with the fact that there is still a boiler section in the new code, section C 403.3.4, which defines boiler requirements. And so, yeah, I think it's prudent to include language, because the assumption is that there are going to be boiler systems, there'll be fossil fuel systems, and so therefore there still should be language that governs that.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Anybody else want to speak for or against 23 and 25 being included? Greg?
I'm just, should I lower my hand until this discussion's over? The next one, I guess.
Yep. Yep. So the question on the table is about 23 or 25. I see no more hands up. That means that we can vote on it. So the motion, the amendatory motion that we're about to vote on is whether to add proposal 23 and 25 to the main motion. It's not about the main motion passing over 36. It's just about amending that motion to include 23 and 25. So I am going to risk a voice vote on this. So all in favor of this, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it passes. 23 and 25 are now part of the main motion. We're back to the main motion, and Greg, your hand is up.
Yeah, so just wanting clarification on, because we mentioned about supplemental heat and not even wanting it not defined so well. So is the intent of the original motion that everywhere it says electric resistive, it would also say electric within supplemental heat, it's a electric resistive or fossil fuel? Is that the intent, or is the intent to kind of just leave it up in the air and let the MVE define where and when they insert that?
I think I would let Lisa speak to that, since she was the one who proposed that friendly amendment. My understanding was that we were not making any call on it here, but we would be moving it forward as something that we recommended that they address. But correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa.
No, that's a good assessment of what I'm proposing. I agree with Jill in that this is something that's going to require some thoughtful consideration on really what is the best way to incorporate this allowance into the new language. What's the best way to define the threshold? And it's not something we can kind of wordsmith on the fly here in the meeting. So it would be something that they would take up.
So I would be, I mean, if they're trying to adjust to make adjustments to the set points and temperature and those type of things, that would be fine for me. But I think right now it's kind of clear that if everywhere it says electric resistive, if we see electric resistive or fossil fuel, I think that would close that and make sure that it doesn't just become something that never actually happens. Because right now we already do allow supplemental heat. It's just it's restricted only to electric resistive. So if we could at least make that initial change now is just electric resistive or fossil fuel, and then any additional changes or massaging, we can give MVE a little bit of leeway to do that. I'd be okay with that. What do you think about that?
Well, I'll pipe up on that one. And Poppy can give her voice on that. I would be hesitant to, well, I guess I'd say I'm not initially comfortable with that, because the purpose or the point of our conversation was that we wanted to put some wickets on it with regards to threshold. And if we just put it in there as a blanket statement, then that doesn't address that concern that we all discussed. So I don't know, Poppy, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think if we had good code language today, we would vote on it. I don't know that we have good code language that, I don't know, that's kind of where I'm at on it as well.
Well, if you can't put in fossil fuel and you just limit it to electric resistive with, then I mean, I can't support it, unfortunately. So that's all I have to say on that.
Thanks, Greg. Johnny.
So the motion that added in this, sorry, the 40, it was a 20, added in 23.
Yeah.
Was that for both options 1 and option 2?
That's a really good question. I wasn't smart enough to ask.
Well, option one still has a C404 section. Option two eliminated C404. So I don't know why we'd be bringing it back. And then my other comment on that is, is there an additional normalization table needed to make sure that the heat pump water heater that's in this, the 2018 C404 that just got brought back in, is equivalent for the different options, so that a 2.0 COP heat pump is equal to a 0.91 gas water heater, or whatever there's like 3 different options are. That's why I couldn't weigh in, because like this is a pretty complicated, or 0.90, a 2.0. Like we're getting into a point where like they're not one-to-one energy equivalent again. Sorry to be frustrating. I don't know the answer to these questions. Like that's why I couldn't really give it input. This is a complicated question.
Johnny, can you clarify one thing about what you were just saying? You were saying that the addition of those additional credits for those measures would not be applicable to one of these options. Which one were you referring to?
Yeah, so option one, if you look at the top of it, it says strike C403.1.4 and C404.2.1, because we're moving all this to C406. We're basically striking the prescriptive requirements or throwing it all into the credits table. And now we're bringing back a prescriptive requirement by adding in that proposal 23, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay, so they might be
that's
exclusive.
Weird. It's pretty weird.
Okay, so I could see a motion to remove O23 from option one of O36.
Okay, I mean, yeah, and then the second question is then for option two for O36, if we're gonna include this, is this replacing what's currently in there? My current C404.2.1, which it appears that it is. And then do we then need to, well, the credits needed for the normalization table need to be calculated. Like how would they calculate that if the prescriptive option is either get these additional credits in that table or comply with this prescriptive requirement, and then the prescriptive requirement then has both a gas and water heater, which have 2 different efficiency levels. So that means there's 2 different points that would be required. You know, you either get a 90% or a COP of 2. That's a disadvantage for the COP of 2 if they go that route.
Okay, I think I understand where you're going with this. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, now I'm a bit confused. Go back to option one. So right there says note, strike those sections. C 404.2.1. C 404.2.1 is the service water heating system type. So it would strike the requirement that the service hot water shall be provided by an electric air source heat pump. And then it had a number of exceptions. But it still maintains the charging language C 404.2, which basically says water heating equipment and hot water storage tanks shall meet the requirements of table C 404.2. And that table, is all the minimum performance water heating equipment tables, which would allow, for example, larger gas storage water heaters. Let's say over 105,000 BTUs would allow an 80% thermal efficiency storage water heater. For example, so number one, I don't understand that 23 adds in 2 higher efficiency gas heating options into the options table. Both of them higher efficient than in the table referenced in C 404.2. You almost need to be, and this is not what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
talking about 25, Gary.
I'm talking about 25. Yeah, I'm sorry. Were you talking about 23?
Yeah, 25 I'm totally fine with. I like 25.
Okay,
23.
my apologies.
No
My
worries, man.
apologies.
I'm
Gotten
confused.
wrapped around the axle.
It happens.
So, but I'm still maybe trying to understand. So without adding back in the language from the language as is in proposal number 23, you would then allow basically an 80% efficient water heater for large capacity systems rather than requiring a 92%. I guess I'm trying to kind of understand the discussion. I thought I was doing a good thing. I thought we were doing a good thing by adding that provision back in there, because I think we took it out when heat pumps were going to be required. So now that we're going to allow gas heating again, or gas water heating again, isn't it a good thing for high capacity systems to require higher efficiencies than are listed in the table? That's where maybe I'm missing something here.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I guess I thought that one would be one of the least controversial all the way around. It's just making sure we're covered on high capacity water heating again, and to make sure that it's at least 92%.
And that's because they're not EPCA covered products because it's over 2 million.
Well, it's allowed somehow, and Michael Rosenberg might know this better than I do, but it's certainly a requirement that's been in both the IECC and ASHRAE 90.1 to require higher efficiencies for large over 1 million BTU systems. And so for whatever agreement there was, it is certainly, it has been allowed. It's not new language. It was in a 2018 code.
And I think the question right now is, does 23 somehow ruin the intent of 036? That's kind of the question, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, it's also just like like for option 2 of 36, we just added in now a second C404.2.1 section without striking the first one, right? Or do we strike the first one too? That's just kind of a first question. Like option 2 already has C404.2.1. We added in this new measure. Mm-hmm. What are we doing with that existing one? Sorry, not new measure, new proposal. We have 2 sections now that say C404.2.1. They say 2 different languages.
Yeah, I guess.
This is an amendment. What's on the screen here is just an amendment. There's still the existing language. Like I didn't change. That's why it says comply with section C404.2.1 for
number 2 there, heat pump heater.
Okay,
water-
okay, I see where that confusion is now.
Yeah. But like
I
we
would-
didn't
Yeah,
strike
that
the
should
initial.
probably be, that, I wonder if that was an old numbering from 2018, that should probably say C404 point something. So okay, I am understanding the confusion. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we, well, I don't know, I guess.
Okay.
Where would be a good place for it?
I like this discussion. I'm understanding a lot more from it. I think so. In 036 option 1, you are striking the requirement for heat pump, space heating, and water heating. In option 2, or from the prescriptive path, in option 2, you're retaining 404.2.1, which is the requirement for heat pump water heating, but you are providing an alternate pathway, which is outlined as the fossil fuel water heater pathway. So in other words, you can't strike 404.2.1. That's just not compatible with option 2. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and 23 strikes option, or 23, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah, 23 is the confusing part. 25 I had no problems with.
Yeah, so 23 is incompatible with option 2, the intent of option 2 of 036. Is that correct, Johnny?
It is as stands. I mean, somebody could have made a motion to strike the existing prescriptive requirements in the original proposal of 36, or gosh, it's not even the original proposal, but in the code, and replace it with this.
Okay.
That would create a lot of complications, I think. You're basically changing the prescriptive requirement for the other option in option 2. The first being get additional credits, second being comply with this. But then the second thing would then have 2 different options again. So you'd have options on options, and I don't know, man.
Okay, I mean, the way I see it is 023 is not necessarily the intent or compatible with option 1 or option 2, but we passed it as an amendatory motion. So now it's part of 036 option 1 and option 2. So we could have a motion to undo that and remove 023, or we could have other motions to do other things, or we could continue to discuss it.
I'd like to propose, I think part of the confusion here and was the numbering on that particular proposal as C404.2.1. I wasn't paying attention to that numbering. I was paying more attention to the section itself and thought that it was appropriate as proposed to have that section back in the code if we eliminate the heat pump proposals. So if we wanted to amend the motion a little bit, we could say just add that section back in to be renumbered.
Add which section?
The language from proposal number 23. To have that language reinserted, but that section to be renumbered, because I think that's what's causing the confusion right now.
Okay, so you're saying in 036, just hold it up on the screen for a second. So in 036, version 2, option 2 that we're looking at right now, the existing language that's in 023 would apply to the fossil fuel heater pathway on the screen. Is that what you're saying?
I think it could, although I haven't spent a whole lot of time with that. This was a prescriptive requirement in the previous code, just to make sure that, large systems were high efficiency. And it seems like it would work in option one. I haven't fully thought through option two. I don't see why it wouldn't fit. It would just be another prescriptive requirement for large systems, that if you get a large system, it needs to be at least 92%. That's all.
Oh, okay. Whew. Okay. So no motion was made, Gary. Right?
Well, a motion has been made, I guess.
I mean, but I mean, you didn't just make another motion now, just you, right?
I did not yet, because
Okay.
I've gotten wrapped around the axle myself.
Yeah. Okay. Lisa?
Yeah, I appreciate what Gary's bringing up. I mean, those two provisions do require higher efficiency for the larger systems. However, I do also hear what Johnny's saying, is that it's really easy to take a code section and you just layer another one on top of it without like going through the whole thing and figuring out, okay, are we creating conflicts here? We don't know that because we haven't had the opportunity to go through that exercise. So I guess my only hesitation for the idea is that problem, right? Is that if we did this, would we be introducing a bunch of new conflicts between the two new sets of code language? However, perhaps there's another way to get that higher efficiency requirement into the fossil fuel water heater pathway to preserve exactly what Gary is recommending. I don't know how to do it, but
okay.
I think that we need to be careful how we do it.
Well, we could add it as another credit option, I guess.
Poppy.
Yeah, I agree with what Lisa just said, and also including the part about, what the intent was of approving that amendatory motion. So I think that maybe it's a process check. We have a certain amount of time left here today, and depending on what else we need to cover today, we could decide. I think that we need to take responsibility for it as the TAG. We either need to put in the time here to unpack it and make it integrate better, or we need to remove that amendment and potentially just recommend that these be, that maybe that we have a separate vote on those proposals or something like that. And I mean, we've done that before. We either do the deeper work at the meeting that we're at, or we consciously move it forward as something to be sorted out with the MBE. So I just would put it back to Chell and anybody else that has any thoughts on that for whether or not we dig in now or not. But I agree, based on these issues, I don't think it's really working now, and we need to do something.
Okay, I will accept a motion to an amendatory motion.
Chell, I'll save you the time. I'll pull back the motion to include 023 and just include 025.
Okay, so you'll an amendatory motion to remove 23 from both options.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? The motion is to
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and the motion is to remove 23 from both options under 036.
And Jill, a quick question for you. Does this mean then that, I think it's 023. Sorry, I'm losing track of which one we're talking about. The one for the high input capacity. So that proposal can be voted independently. Yeah, and just say, hey, here's our package, and then we're going to send you this one too. Right, so that they have that language. They know that the tag supports incorporating that in some fashion.
Yeah. Yep. And it will, I mean, the MVE could also take it up as well. Yeah, okay, so that's the motion. Is there further discussion on removing 23 from the package we're putting together? Okay, let's do a voice vote on it. The motion is to remove 23 from the package, which includes 036 and 025 and currently 023, but we're voting to remove 23.
Well, do we have to vote on that, Shell, if I pulled it back as the motioner?
Well, we already voted on adding 23 and 25, so we have to vote on removing 23.
Got it.
Yep. All in favor of removing 23, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Now the main motion, or the amended main motion, includes 036 with both options. The recommendation to the MVE to modify to allow fossil fuel backup, probably in 5.4, but not limited to that. And also 25. Okay, Greg.
I think it's important that we just clarify this motion on the table does not include fossil fuel backup. An aspirational statement for them to modify it doesn't mean it's included. So we had an excellent conversation and there's a simple way to actually include that in, but we haven't been willing to do it. So should just note that for everyone's going to vote on this, you're voting on something that does not include fossil fuel backup in spite of the need.
Thanks, Greg. Poppy.
I have a question about proposal 25. When we added that in with the original motion, I'm not sure how we added it in, actually, now that we've removed 23. Were we saying that it applies to the original 036 or it applies to each of the options, or?
Yeah, we're passing the main motion right now is to include 036 with each of the options on it. So we're not passing 036 as the original proposal, we're passing 036 as option 1 and option 2 as parallel paths.
Okay, but I'm thinking more about how, if we're being clear about how proposal 25 is being included here. It sounds like it makes sense for both options, but I'm just, maybe others have thoughts on whether or not we've been clear, since we were a little confused about how 23 would apply. I just want to make sure that we're providing clarity on what we mean by including proposal 25.
And 25 is basically adding credit options for gas appliances. Johnny.
Sorry, I had to find my unmute. Yeah, I think that 25 stands on its own. It adds credit measures to either option, where basically, which currently don't exist, where if you were to install higher than federal minimum water heater, you'd get additional credit points. There's already measures to do that for space heating, which there should be. Like, we want to encourage people to install more efficient gas appliances if they're going to install them. But there wasn't for water heating. So I think this is a perfectly reasonable measure to add in. If we are going to require if we're going to allow for federal minimum to be installed.
Got it. Okay.
It doesn't butt heads against either option 1 or option 2 of my 36. That actually complements them pretty well.
Got it. Okay, so I'm just being clear about how it was incorporated. It's not actually included in any way. It's just that it's included in the motion, so that the motion includes proposal 36 with both options and proposal 25.
Yep.
It's not saying anything about it being sort of wrapped in. Okay, great.
Okay, we have a motion, an amended motion, and I see no more hands up. So that tells me that we have all run out of breath and are ready to vote. So let's do a roll call vote on this. And I just want to be abundantly clear, the main motion is to pass 036 with both options. A note to the MVE to modify to allow fossil fuel backup, and also proposal 25.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sarah Breedy,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Gonna abstain.
Gary Hickman,
I'm gonna abstain too.
Irina Resputness,
Can you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to pass 036 with both options as parallel options, and to tell the MVE committee that to modify the code to allow fossil fuel backup for space heating, and also to include proposal 25, which adds higher efficiency gas options to the C406 table.
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Big,
Yes.
Eric Olman,
Eric,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yeah.
Greg Johnson.
No.
Motion carries 12-2 with 3 abstentions.
okay, motion carries 12-2 with 3 abstentions. Okay, we now have 2 options for the MVE committee. We have more proposals to go through. The next one is 037, which is Dwayne Johnlin. Are you ready, Dwayne?
Yeah. Would you be able to bring up the PowerPoint I sent over?
Ooh, I didn't see it PowerPoint. That was probably just to Krista.
I sent it to both of you,
Oh.
along with the code language.
Oh, okay. Yep, today.
Just now.
Okay. Okay, while we wait, let's take a 5-minute break because we haven't broken in 2 hours and it's time to do whatever we need to do. So 5 minutes, we'll be back at 2:15. See you then. Welcome back. We are about to cover proposal 37. So Dwayne, you have the floor.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So the fundamental idea here is that we would use energy modeling to figure out how much the prototype buildings would use with heat pump heating and water heating versus how much energy they would use. We're talking site energy here for gas heating and water heating. And with that difference, we would then make up, we bring, using additional C406 credits, we bring the annual gross energy use or net energy use back to be the equivalent of where we are now with the heat pumps. Next slide. So to convert, this is one thing I slipped up on my original proposal here, is that our C406 credits are based on emissions. And fortunately, Johnny had just gone through all the work of figuring out what the conversion factor is there. So I've added something into the code language to say that each of those credits that you see in the table are worth a little more in terms for the ones that I have listed there that I see as being relating to gas heating and water heating. It's a 1.3 more than you normally get, and for anything else it's 1.2. Next. So just to explain a formula that's in the front there, it was obvious at the beginning that we need to take a situation like with dwelling units. We allow a certain amount of electric resistance heating per dwelling unit. So in order to not require a higher efficiency for things that are already allowed to be that lower efficiency, this formula just allows you to take out all the credits that are covered in your building by using one of those exceptions. And so if you've got all of your apartments heated with electric resistance, then that will probably take out 70 or 80% of that credit requirements. Next. So was fortunate enough to get some energy modeling done in the past couple of weeks to look at this, and it's split between HVAC on the left there and service water heating on the right. And that shows the number of additional credits you'd need. Remember that it will get shrunk in a couple of ways from the numbers that you see there. One is that each of the credits is worth more in this system, either 1.2 or 1.3 times more than in the existing, and that all the things that you have in the building that are taking advantage of one of the current exceptions that allows electric resistance would also be pulled out of the formula. So the actual number of additional credits you'll need for heating and water heating is smaller. But this does illustrate that it takes a lot of additional efficiency credits to get to make up for all the lost efficiency when we go away from heat pumps. And that's why in the text of the code change proposal, it allows up to 80% of the credits that you get to be achieved with renewable energy, because you might run out of credits that are really practicable in the building, and so the obtaining additional renewable energy might be the only option. So I took that other limit off there. Next, please. So I'd like to turn over to the consultant we had doing this work, Neil Bulger, to walk us through the logic for how he came up with the difference in energy efficiency or in energy use between the gas and the heat pump buildings. And next slide, please. Take it away, Neil.
Great.
Yeah, can you, all right, I think I'm off mute there, so I see my voice. All right, so yeah, thanks, Dwayne. This is Neil Bolger, and we ran several energy models through Energy Plus. I'll get to the details of how we ran them, but essentially, as Dwayne said, you know, we looked at the models and ran 2 variants of 3 different building types to really get a sample of what this proposal would look like. So in those 3 building types, we went through and made 2 versions where we replaced the space heating system and the water heating system. Basically, one pathway where they used natural gas-based systems, so furnaces or boilers, and I'll show you the specifics in a minute. And another one where they used heat pump systems. And then, as Dwayne mentioned, the theory being additional efficiency credits would be applied to the gas one. So if you go to the next slide. So this was our, I'll say, initial findings on this slide. So we ran 3 building prototypes, and we'll, in short, there is a summary slide that talks a little bit more about the backup. But for those that are interested, these are building prototypes based off of the Department of Energy building prototypes. They were a version of those prototypes that were made specifically based on the Washington Code. So all 3 of these buildings are first based on the Washington Code and then had these 2 different sets of systems. And we looked at a medium office, a school, and a mid-rise apartment building. So, and what we're looking at is the site energy use of several runs. So each stack of colors represents an energy run. And what we can see is we ran it in 2 climates, in climate zone 4C and 5B. And in the office building, I just put some high level numbers. We could look at each climate specifically, but in general, the office building for the heating systems reduced site energy by 19%, schools by 7%, where in schools, we're going from furnaces to individual classroom heat pumps, so a little more base system. And then the apartments, and we'll talk a little bit about this, the largest savings, 26% savings. Apartments, Dwayne and I have been talking more, and it may not be that high because this is really comparing natural gas to domestic hot water systems with heat pumps, and there is a mechanism by which apartments could use electric water heaters in each apartment, which would be a much lower savings number. But essentially, this is what we ran to inform this. What would this look like? How would this work? Yeah, so next, yeah, perfect. If you go back a slide. So this is the same information, but in more details. We've kind of broken out the major end uses of energy for each one of those runs. I've highlighted in red the space heating values, and this is all in site energy use intensity, as well as the hot water heating numbers. The one thing I'll say and give a little more color to what we simulated in the medium office, we evaluated a 4-pipe fan coil system with dedicated outdoor air. And we used that to really be able to switch out the entire heating system to be purely a boiler or purely a air to water heat pump. So that was the major reason to use a 4-pipe fan coil in that building type. And then on the domestic side, it was either a centralized domestic hot water boiler or a centralized water source heat pump. In the school and the apartments, everything, all the systems were all individual zone systems. So there was one centralized dedicated outdoor air system, and then zone by zone package terminal air conditioners or package terminal heat pumps. We did put in a central water source heat pump in both of those models, which again, there could be different strategies that might be more typical in mid-rise apartments and would change some of these results. But yeah, without going too far into the weeds, this is what we've developed.
Actually, go to the next slide and you can see that's the weeds.
Oh yeah, there we go. So this is the weeds and what, yeah, thank you, Dwayne. So as there is efficiencies here, I will caveat by saying, you know, these are the efficiencies put into simulation software, and there is ways to map these to ratings. You know, UEF is a different rating for standalone water heaters than, which is a little different than COP. Anyways, but for those in the modeling community, we can work on refining these if that makes sense. But right now, these are the peak full load efficiencies for all the devices. So.
Excellent. Before we go to questions, could we bring up the code language I sent you, Jill?
Sure, and Krista's running the screen.
Okay, thanks, Krista. Why don't we zoom a little bit so it's easier for everybody to follow along with the bouncing ball there. So if you the way it's structured is just to say right up at the front that you're going to that the fossil fuel compliance path is the main thing, or you do one of those other things that are already in the code. And then that what you see towards the bottom of the screen there is that path that says that you're going to follow this. This is for the prescriptive path, and you're going to have to get a certain number of additional efficiency credits. Now, if you scroll, please, Krista, we can see the modification of code requirement section. There you go. I listed, and a couple of people have complained about this being hard to follow, but since these changes to other parts of the code only occur for those projects that are using this fossil fuel compliance path, I didn't want to go into the rest of the code and be changing. So, but basically, number one says, you know, that it takes away that prohibition on fossil fuel. Number two puts fossil fuel back into each of those exceptions so that it allows either electric resistance or fossil fuel for those exceptions, which covers comments we were doing earlier in C404, where you've got mention of fossil fuel appliances for water heating, just clarifies that fossil fuels in there. And once again, number 4 says all those things that have exceptions now that allow some electric resistance for certain things, says you can have fossil fuel or electric resistance. You can, that number 5 is what I mentioned earlier, that instead of limiting the renewables to 50%, it changes that to 80%. And then to deal with the TSPR, I said anybody using this compliance path is not required to follow TSPR because it's really set up to be based on our heat pump system. So this is what I mentioned that I was able to just lift from Johnny's work earlier, that there's a conversion factor which results in each of those listed options being worth a little more, 30% more for gas things and 20% more for electric things. Go ahead and scroll down. So that's a formula that I put on a slide in there to try to just explain that formula in red is to make sure that we're not putting people to extra work for situations where they were going to use an exception anyway. Scroll to the table then. So this is the HVAC table that you saw on a slide earlier, split out for the 2 climate zones, and those, given the time constraints and initial funding, it's kind of a miracle that we were able to get those 3 common building types processed. But I think that with all the work that's been done thus far, that getting the rest of them done is going to be a little less of a task, and we can fish around for more money, more funding for doing this. Part of the reason we get funding is that this looks interesting to other parts of the country. that are grappling with the same problem that we have here in Washington State. We're trying to figure out how to make the code EPCA compliant. Scroll down, please. So same formula and the same similar table for the water heating. You see fewer credits because that's a smaller chunk of the pie. Scroll down a little bit more. And that's towards the end, that's the renewable energy and that actually is something that I did just modify a little bit more. That I'd caused somebody a lot of heartache by not, because at the end of that first paragraph, you see there, it says renewable energy credits, and they thought I was talking about RECs, that you can buy on the open market, which is not what he said. So I said, I've changed that to say the renewable energy credits that are defined in C406. And also in that same paragraph, I had the section numbers wrong, but those refer to the HVAC and service water heating extra credits there. And the last piece of it was just that I said that in addition, you got to build in enough power at the main building panel so that in the future the building could be converted without going through the huge expense of upgrading the electrical service and potentially a vault or something like that. Okay, that was a lot of talk. Thanks for all that. And I'm sure there's a question or two.
Okay, just to be clear, Dwayne, so it leaves the code alone except for adding one specific new path. Is that correct?
Yes, it adds a path, and
the path basically requires additional C406 credits for kind of